Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live video. Looks like we're having a little bit of some connection problems here, which I'm hoping are going themselves out here in a minute. Give me just a second. Nothing like kicking it off with a bizarre internet issue, but let's see if I can't. Give me just a second. All right, we're gonna try again. This is an issue because everything was checked and was all green flags until I went live. And here I thought I had this problem nipped in the bud. Maybe not so much. Give me just a minute. Getting off to a bumpy start here, but I hope to have it resolved momentarily. What a bizarre thing. Not quite sure why that's happening. Bear with me here just a minute. We're getting off to a little bit of a rough start. One of the reasons why I'm going live like this so late is for this very reason right here. Still going through some experimental changes, and it looks like the video is probably breaking up, but the audio should be coming through okay. I might have to switch over to my hotspot, which I didn't want to do. It's very strange. I wonder what changed. Something changed. Let's see. Let's see if we can't fix this issue, at least for today. Let's see if we can get this thing running now. This looks a lot better, and I'll have to look into that. So everything should be fine now. All right, so I apologize for the bizarre start there. It's very interesting that I seem to resolve one problem and encounter an entirely new one. Well, it keeps things interesting. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I apologize for that delayed start, but we should be rolling now. And yeah, so I got a little bit of news for you today to catch up with what's been going on. Obviously, I was pretty much showing you guys most of the incoming work I had, you know, with the daily live videos and uploads. And so what's ended up happening is, of course, it takes me forever to get anything done because I get caught up in our conversations together. So I've done a lot of work off camera. There's still a lot of work remaining. And so until I get that workload off my back, the videos are just a little less frequent because of that. However, I'll give you a couple of updates that I've discovered in the process. As you can see here, this machine has been taken back apart again. And there's some things about it that are quite interesting that I don't normally encounter with builds. And so I want to let you know right off the top a couple of things about computer builds. You can, if you're going to build your own computer, and especially if you're doing it for the first time, the greatest advice I can give to you is to be aware of what you're about to delve into. If you want to build something expensive with RGB and it's really going to be a showpiece, I would estimate it's going to take at least 2 to 3 times the amount of money and about 2 to 3 times the amount of time. And when I show how to build computers, I'm always showing some very basic builds that anybody can easily follow along with, where there's a lot of headroom for error. There's a lot of room for things to not be just perfect, and it'll be just fine. In business, this is pretty much the way systems are in business. For financial reasons, you keep things simple, reduce anything you don't absolutely have to have, and then you reduce your IT support costs, and you reduce the likelihood of problems, and you reduce the overall cost of the machine. So when I see other YouTube videos, you know, and they're building machines like this one, I said, well, I'll do that too, right? I'll join the fracas. And it turns out they highly edit that stuff, many of them, and don't show you or talk to you about all those little details. So for example, I watched a time-lapse build of this AHT 600 case from Thermaltake, and the person in the video put these two fan controllers right over the radiator. So the radiator was more or less 3/4 blocked. Same radiator, same fans blowing in the same direction. The fans are blowing the air outward towards me. And by placing these fan controllers over here, he was blocking the radiator. He also had a Seasonic power supply. Remember I told you about the importance of on many of these cases, especially with Thermaltake, you pretty much have to use their power supply. Or you have a power supply with a fan if it's facing down. Remember, that fan is there to breathe air in. And he was suffocating that power supply based on what I saw in the video. So in this time-lapse build, he's got a power supply in upside down. He's blocking the radiators, and there's no mention of any of this. And when I built this, I had this radiator. There's 3 different slots it can fit on. And I chose the slots closest to this motherboard. And it was fine until I tried to put this 3080 graphics card and it wouldn't fit because the radiator was too close. So to remove the radiator and then move it, which is essentially a 1/2 inch, like I don't even know why that's an option on this computer, on this case. Maybe for, because they don't make radiators that wide. I just don't understand why they just didn't leave it with one set as far away from the motherboard. Further, I don't know why I put it in that close. I don't know. So to take this out and to move it, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12 screws that have to come out, and then you've got all the cabling all tied in together. So all this cabling had to be all undone so I can shift the radiator over 2 notches. And then, of course, there was enough room for the graphics card. Also, some people commented on the front fans. There's a bracket here in the front, and you can place the fans in front of or behind that bracket. And I studied it for a while, and I decided the best way for those fans to go on would be so that you could see the brackets from the front. And as I mentioned, a couple of people commented. What's really sort of breaks my heart is when somebody comments as though I didn't know what I did. Like they just make this assumption and they want to correct me, and it's like, hold on a minute, I didn't do it wrong, and I actually gave it a lot of thought when I put those fans on the other way. And the reason for that is if you look up here, I don't know how well this camera is going to pick this up, but right here, you can see how this lid is on an angle. And if that fan, if you just happen, so this has to come off first of all to put the fan, to get this bracket out and put the fans on it. And if the fan is too high, it hits this piece. So it may require a little bit of experimentation to try and figure out where that fan needs to go. And then to move it, the whole motherboard tray has to come out, or at least it has to come out about 4 inches. But all the cable management all tied up sort of holds that tray in place so it can't move. So then cable management all has to be undone to a certain extent in order to get this whole tray to move. And then further, the time-lapse builds never showed what holds this tray in or the details in the track that it sits in. There's a little track right up here in the top corner, which I didn't even realize was there, and I was struggling to get this tray in when I was originally building the machine, and it just wouldn't, I couldn't get the screw all the way through, and I just thought something wasn't sitting right. Well, it turns out there's a little teeny tiny bracket with a groove cut out into it, and then the top corner of this tray has to slide in there, or the screws aren't going to go in to hold it in place. Now, the reason I want to bring all this up isn't to discourage you, but rather to make sure that you're aware of what you're going to be getting yourself involved in when you're deciding to do something like this. So if you build one of the systems you normally see me build, like a Corsair 200R case, a 9700K, whatever, you'll see that it's pretty easy peasy. And if anything doesn't fit right, there's usually, first of all, there's usually no issues with anything not fitting right. Secondly, it's built in such a way that you don't have to take other things out first to get to the main board or to shift any parts around at all. It's all pretty simple stuff. So it's less money, it's easier to build, it's more likely going to work, it's far less complicated. So I'm a big fan of that, because in the time and money I've spent on this, I could have built 4 other computers and they'd already be gone, and I'm still working on this. So all those little details, you know, they become magnified on these showcases. And the same is true on Threadripper. I had to pull that motherboard out. And in order to pull the motherboard out, there's a screw that's underneath these fans on the VRM that's got a cover. The cover has 2 screws, but you can't get to those unless you take the heat sink off. But then the heat sink won't come off because the video card's in the way. But the video card, you can't hit the release mechanism because the heat sink's in the way of getting to the release mechanism on the graphics card, and the graphics card in the way of pulling the springs on the fan out. So I'm sitting there and I'm sort of baffled on how this is, and all this had to come out to put 1 screw in, because I built it like I would build any other system, in sort of a routine that I follow that you've seen me do over and over and over again, and that didn't work out so well for me. So that system, the Threadripper system, which is back there, has been apart 3 times now, and I think I got it. I swapped out the power supply in there because after talking with Anthony Remus over at Remus Computer Solutions, who builds Threadrippers that are overclocked with high-end GPUs all the time, I asked him what power supplies he would recommend, and whether or not I was really shooting myself in the foot with the 750 watt power supply with that level of a GPU. So he agreed that, you know, we really want to look at 1200, 1300 watts. So I pulled the 750 watt NZXT power supply out of Threadripper, despite the fact it was working. If I were really going to push the system hard on the CPU and the GPU at the same time, I would probably blue screen, because the power supply it would just be overtaxed and it wouldn't be able to deliver the power that it would be drawing from it. So I pulled that out, that NZXT 750. I put in the Seasonic 1300 watt. Now, Seasonic 1300 watt power supply is about $330. It has a 12-year warranty, but you can see how this all adds up real quickly. Even the 750 watt NZXT power supply is fully modular, 10-year warranty. It's $135. But if you look at some of the basic Corsair 200R builds that I do, they're $700 built. So it's a very big difference, and the performance of it looks good on benchmarks, but Windows still pretty much takes the same amount of time to load. Doing Windows updates and, you know, your internet speed, all that still is going to be your limit. So if you've got the money and you've got the time and you're up for a challenge, please don't be fooled by some of these other channels here on YouTube that are essentially simulating builds. There's no other way I can express it. These aren't real builds. They're able to make their mistakes and edit them out and then time lapse it so everything happens quickly and you don't notice all these little details. And there's nothing wrong about that. It's not like I'm saying they're doing anything wrong, but these are not how-to videos, and they should not be in any way, shape, or form alluding to you that this is something as easy as they just made it out in a time-lapse video. You might watch a time-lapse video of a tree grow from a seed into a tree, and that might make you think you're going to have a tree this summer if you plant it today. And if you understand trees, you'd realize how unrealistic it would be to have that kind of an expectation. So as long as you go into it with the right expectations, I did not. I thought this would be a little bit of fun, and this has been a big pain in my butt. But you know what's worth it is to be able to tell these stories, right? I wouldn't be able to express these frustrations and these sort of obstacles I ran into as a seasoned professional, you know, computer workstation builder. This is more like building a toy. This is more like I've got nothing else to do but work on one computer. This doesn't really scale too well. If you wanted to build 20 of these a day, you know, good luck finding the customers that many that have deep pockets, and good luck being able to get it all built in that quickly. Now, obviously, if I did it a bunch of times, I'd get faster at it, but due to the extreme cost of it, it's highly unlikely that there'll ever be another one that I'll do that's this case. I do have the smaller version of this case, and I'll explore that. But Where this leads me is I also replaced the CPU. We took out the 10700K that was in there and instead put in a 10900K. And this is an important thing I want to talk to you about right now that also came up because of this build. If you remember, the Intel high-end CPUs would come into this, they'd ship in this plastic octagon container, which was very confusing to open. It's probably going to sit in a landfill for thousands of years before it ever biodegrades. And it added to a lot of the cost of shipping it, because obviously we just need this little chip right here, and it's not even a fragile chip. So you can imagine how many of these can you put in a truck versus the big soccer balls that they were, big plastic soccer balls, pretty much about the size of it. You obviously, for every probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. For every 12 to 16 of these, you would fit just one in the other packaging. So good riddance to that packaging. But here's what's the most fascinating thing to me. If you buy an Intel i9 10850K, you're getting pretty much the same chip, same amount of cores, same everything, but in a plain blue cardboard package like you've seen me open a million times before. And it's just 100 megahertz slower than this. You understand, not gigahertz, it's 100 megahertz, almost not even noticeable. So it was interesting to me when I saw the price difference, right? From a 10850, which is like $430, $450. Let's call it $440. These are $529, and it's got to be this packaging, because this packaging must add significantly to the cost of this chip. No other Intel chip that I've seen comes in a package like this. So again, the 10850K is nearly $100 less money at current market prices. This is January 31st, 2021, and for 100 megahertz. Now, what am I going to do with this package after I take the CPU out? Am I going to save it? So I've got the old 10700K in there right now, because that's the 10900K is in here. And the way this package opens is, it's like Intel wants to make it an event. Like, I've got systems to build. Imagine if you have 20 of these to build, you know. You have to sit there and mess about with ridiculous packaging. So Intel's marketing department's really focusing on making sure the consumer gets a little satisfaction from being gouged for just 100 megahertz more for people that matters for. And you know, some of us have a lot more money than others, and some of us really care about 100 megahertz more than most. But this package, while it is an improvement over that plastic soccer ball thing, still over the top, ridiculous and stupid. In my opinion, you cut the tape, right? Let me just go through this. You cut the tape here and here. Then the whole bottom slides out as though you're opening a jewelry box. But you're not done yet. No. It wouldn't be that simple, because otherwise it wouldn't justify you spending nearly $100 more for it. So we better make sure we're putting the money, you know, the extra money into this additional packaging, which is not free, right? This is far more complicated than the blue boxes that most Intel CPUs ship in currently. So you see there's a little pull handle here. So we're going to pull that. It's like a drawer. And then that opens up so that it shows how the CPU is presented, which is just stupid unless I was buying something that I was going to display on a desk as artwork or perhaps a sculpture. This is going to go in the trash can. This is just the dumbest. I cannot believe a 10850K ships in a plain blue box that takes up very little resources in production and in waste. And instead, when you pay more, you get extraordinary amount of waste. And while the package is indeed attractive, I didn't want a package. I didn't buy this for the package. I bought it for the chip. And so for the emphasis to be on anything but the chip is lost on me. And it's a complete waste of money. This is capitalism at its best. This is the impression of perceived value. By changing the box and giving you 100 megahertz more, they can gouge you for an extraordinary price per megahertz compared to the chips that are just a wee step below this. I wouldn't advise anybody to buy a 10900K. I think it's an extraordinary waste of money. Get the 10850K, save the ecology, save the landfill. Don't deal with all these plastics and ridiculous box opening. It's all going in the trash. Why would you pay for this? Why would you pay for this packaging? This doesn't make your computer any faster. Now, if you're somebody who sees value in the packaging, I'm sure you can find these in a landfill completely for free. I'm just saying, you don't have to pay anything for them. So in any event, I was just kind of surprised at the nature of how preposterous. How did this go in? I found the whole experience to be preposterous and stupid. Remember, think in scale. Think that you work at a company or an assembly line where you're building 20, 30 computers a day in an assembly line or more. Think of the mass waste this would create. Now, obviously, companies that are ordering mass quantities are going to order them on what we call trays. They don't get them in the retail packaging, and as a result, they pay less. So you are being gouged as a stupid consumer. As far as I can tell, that's the marketing attitude. Consumers are dumb, and if we put it in a pretty package, we can charge them more. And if you want to play into that, hey, you're just like everybody else, I guess. I'm suggesting we rise above. Save your money, save the landfill, and get the 10850K, which is so close to this, it's nearly imperceptible except in benchmark testing for the vast majority of people. So with that aside, I got that off my chest. I feel better. We had a couple contributions here. Let me give some shouts out to these generous folks. Let's see. Kevin Arsenault contributes 20 Canadian dollars. He says, hello and keep up the work you do. Right on, Kevin. Thank you. Planet Cryos contributes $80. He says, hey, Kerry, wishing you a great night. Right on. Thank you so much. That's a very generous contribution. I appreciate that very much, very much. I recently did my first YouTube poll. You know, YouTube's got these, they've recently started emphasizing in the YouTube Creator Studio the community ability, like for community posting, not like comments, but like community posting stories and polls. And so I thought I'd put a little silly poll together to get an idea of how it works. And it's brought out some real nastiness in people who just don't understand. Somebody said they're reporting me for my poll, so I reported them for cyber stalking and harassment. This is a very strange world we live in, and it's bizarre to me that people are so quick to judge and accuse free content that they clicked on that's in no way, shape, or form harmful to them, that they can easily just go away. You know, they don't have to harass me. So do know, if you're watching this and you see that poll, that's a test poll. I'm just trying it. I'm trying to see how this works. And I'm trying to see what kind of responses the polls get, because I don't know if they're worth my time to do. So people come into it like they just know everything and everything's a scam and everybody's out to get them, and then they instantly start attacking. And in a one way, that's good because I can identify who these people are and then ban them immediately. On the other hand, it's a sorry state for the culture and society that we live in. So as I explore some of the other features on YouTube, if you don't like them, don't participate in them. But if you come at me, you'll be banned, and that's going to be the end of it. And anybody who does that is also going to be reported to YouTube. So, you know, going out here and putting myself on camera at great expense and all the obstacles and all the frustrations, especially during the pandemic, on top of doing my job, the last thing I need is some freewheeler jumping on board, trying to get something for nothing and then complaining about it. So it is a challenge that I get in exchange for doing this job. And I'm not so much complaining about it as just letting you know that's something that goes on behind the scenes, where people just don't understand things. And then when they don't understand things, it's like they want you to know how ignorant they are, and they often do it in being hostile, combative, and abrasive. So that's unfortunate. This is the community I'm trying to build here. People should ask questions so they gain a better understanding before issuing any judgment. And again, people who can't exercise a very common courtesy to one another just don't need to be here at all. So it just sucks. It just sucks that people have to behave that way. Ghost Shadow contributes $2. He says, for extra money, Intel throws in a jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, why not, right? Hey, thank you, Ghost Shadow. Thank you for the contribution. So let's get on with today's video. What I've got are 4 headsets, and the reason I've got the 4 headsets is the way I've been doing interviews lately is, boy, it's gotten really complicated and difficult, and I'm probably overthinking it. Sometimes the easiest, so the best solutions rather, are often the easiest solutions. And so I took a step back, was looking at, there's a friend of mine, Marvin B, over at Podnuts, the man in the van, and was watching his interviews, Jeff Hallish over at MSP Unplugged. I'm like, these guys know something I don't know, because their podcasts are brilliantly produced. They look fantastic when they're interviewing people, and they don't look mine don't look anywhere near as good as what they're doing. So I reached out to them. I said, what are you using? And so it turns out they're using an application called StreamYard.com. The version of it that I would need is about $500 a year, but it will do all the work OBS would normally do for me, or Streamlabs. It'll simulcast the feed out. It'll act as the conferencing software like Zoom does or Skype, except it's intended to be broadcasted, and I can have up to 10 people as guests on at the same time in crystal clear broadcast quality. And I can use a webcam. I don't have to have a camera. I don't have, like a professional camera. I don't need a capture card. I don't need all these lights. I don't need any of that, because if you get the right webcam and you get a good headset and microphone, you slap it on your laptop and load up StreamYard, and you are rocking a higher quality broadcast than what I'm doing with all this complex equipment. So while this complex equipment is great for doing what I'm doing right now, today, the technology is moving so quickly. What I'm about to show you didn't even exist 2 or 3 years ago. Like, it just wasn't around. So while gaming headsets have been around, they keep getting better and better. Some of them even have motors in them to vibrate the headset for bass. Like when you're gaming, it rattles your head, which I think would get annoying. And so what I wanted was a headset that wouldn't be, I didn't want RGB on it. I don't want it to be a distraction. I want it to be a professional looking headset with the best possible microphone. I mean, I have a very expensive microphone I'm using here, and I'd like to, have this kind of quality or maybe even better. So these headsets are all, $100, $160, right in that range. And this was looking on Amazon and reading reviews. I didn't really watch any YouTube video reviews on this. I just read Amazon reviews, and I looked at how the headsets are, if they're professional looking or if they're gamey looking, like if they want to look like a gamer. So I'm dealing with people in corporate America representing large multi-million-dollar corporations, and I don't want to do that with a plastic RGB headset that looks like I just got done playing some Call of Duty. That's just not the right attire for that style of video. So what I was looking for was some professionalism, but ultimately what's going to win me over is the sound quality. But the problem is I can't hear how those microphones sound unless I use them. And I thought, well, you guys could help me with that tonight. And I thought, we'll open these headsets up. I don't really care how the speakers, how the headphones themselves sound, because I'm just going to be talking to people with them. I'm not going to be using them as headphones to listen to music in, although I'm sure they'll be fine. That's not my concern. My concern is ultimately, how good is the microphone? Does the headset fit comfortably? Is it heavy? Is it awful? And I actually have 4 different things I need headsets for. So I didn't just buy these because there's money burning a hole in my pocket. What I want to do is isolate which of these 4 is the best of the 4, and then I'll be using that in my future interviews, which will be so much better in quality than what I've been doing, and so much easier, because I would have to constantly reconfigure the setup and the OBS. Everything had to be reconfigured for interviews. And then a lot of times my guests, they don't have good mics, or they don't have good cameras, or they don't have good lighting, or they're on Wi-Fi, which is just horrible unless they're on 5 gigahertz. So what would happen in OBS is you'd see the video shrink down when the video quality dropped for no apparent reason. and then it would get bigger again, and it was only on the guest it would do that, not to me. StreamYard fixes all of that, and StreamYard can simulcast it out to Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitch, YouTube, all that at the same time, all using their internet, their resources, their computer encoding. And all I'm doing is basically establishing a connection most similar to Zoom, honestly, but with broadcast quality. So that's my goal tonight, is to just kind of, let's get these unboxed, let's try them out, and let's see how they sound. So you've got this to go by, which is if any of these sound as good as this is $300, $600, a $900 microphone setup. Actually, about with tax and batteries and chargers, it's probably close to $1,000 for one microphone that you're listening to me on, and that includes the receiver, the sending unit, all that stuff, right? So if I can replicate something similar to this quality under $200 and $150, that sounds pretty good to me, like literally and figuratively. So we've got the Philips Fidelio, which is really an over-the-ear headphone, but the seller on Amazon was including a NeeGo add-on microphone, which apparently is somehow an option that I don't understand. So we'll figure that out. Over here, Cooler Masters MH752 are pretty popular online. The Audio-Technica ATH-G1s, I thought, Audio-Technica is more in line with the type of equipment that I use. Some of my equipment is made by Audio-Technica, so I was familiar with that. And then Massdrop, I'm a big fan of Massdrop. I've got some Sennheiser headphones I purchased through Massdrop that I'm very, very happy with. And so the PC37X is a limited edition Sennheiser build at a much cheaper price, because that's what Massdrop supposedly does, is they sort of propose an idea of making the product available at this certain price, and then if there's enough interest, they approach the manufacturer. I don't know the order, but they talk to the manufacturer about ways they can get that price down, that they have so many committed buyers at this price. And Sennheiser has been participating with Massdrop quite a bit. So I was happy with my previous Massdrop Sennheiser, so I thought, let's give them a shot on the headset area. So I don't know, what should I start with? What do you guys think? I know there is a bit of a delay between when I broadcast and when you hear me, so I'll wait just a minute here for responses in the chat room. And those of you watching, again, thank you for tuning in, and the kind and supportive folks, the staple of this community. I appreciate you guys so much. The more I see jerks, the more I really appreciate how amazing our community is here. A lot of people want me to try the Cooler Masters first, which are right here. I'm kind of curious about these myself. Now, I don't know if these are USB or if, how we're going to get them plugged in, but it'll be another bridge we have to cross. You can see the tape has never been broken on these. I have not cheating here. This has never been opened before. I ordered these, I think, on the 13th of this month, so they've been sitting for about 2 weeks. And I'm like, I gotta get around to this. I gotta make this. Because until I have the headset issue figured out, I can't test out my StreamYard setup, right? So it's certain things have to happen first. And this is one of those things that has to happen. So let's get these MH752s out of the box. And let me put this silly thing away. Like I said, for right now, this box has the old 10700K in there, which will obviously appear in another future project. And I'll tell you more about that when the time is right. Let's see what's in this box. Blackwatch contributes 5 Canadian dollars. He says, here's a little something for the channel. Hey, thank you so much, Blackwatch. Appreciate that. Let's see what we got here. Oh, good, a box in a box. I love that because, you know, I'm a big fan of packing material. All right. All right. This has to open one side. Well, this side has a logo on it. This side doesn't. So I'm guessing that's the top. Okay, we got some documentation. Put headphones on head. Listen. Imagine that's what the instructions say. I don't know. I've read them. Oh, okay. These are nice. A nice, almost Alcantara feel. Very soft, bonded, leathery feel, not Alcantara. The problem with bonded leather is it's very thin and it tears very easily. It's just really cheap leather, if it's even leather. So while it is really nice when it's new, it doesn't age well in the desert from my experience, but that'll be a problem I'll have. I'm assuming I'll have. Maybe I'm wrong. We have oh, this is the microphone. I see. So they're meant to be headphones or a headset. That's cool, I like that. And then we've got some kind of a remote here, I'm guessing for volume control. What else? Yeah, it's USB, okay. All right. Let's see if I have 3 more hands and I can unbox everything. All right, there we go. That can go down there. And then there's another little box and everything else here. That's an empty box, so we'll get rid of that. So that's our USB. And then I guess our headphones are gonna plug into that. I'm guessing the microphone plugs into the headphones somewhere. And in this box, I don't know. I mean, it feels like we got everything. What are we missing? Oh, of course. Of course. Anything else in there? You have to have a bag. Everybody's got to have a bag. I don't know who these bag salesmen are, but they can take a day off. You know what I'm saying? The Sennheiser, Seasonic power supply came in one of these little Crown Royal velvety bags. Whoever's selling these bags, take a day off. We have enough. It's like they're just in the computer industry going, you know, your product would be so much nicer if you included a bag. You don't actually have to put the product in the bag. Just put the bag in the box and put that box in another box and then tape it closed and then wrap it around with shrink wrap and then you can easily sell it for an extra $30. I think that's the routine the little bag guy salesman has given these folks because this wasn't a thing in 1999 or even 2005 or 2010. This is very much a sign of being in the 2016 era forward, that we're living in such an era of unfortunate waste. However, I guess some people will like it. I would have preferred these were sold as an accessory, as a, you know, just as a headphone bag for people who wanted it. But in the bag, there is one other thing here. There's what appears to be 3.5 millimeter male-to-male cable, which I'm going to guess we need since there is no cable on here. And I imagine, well, this looks like a pretty long cable too. But I guess this is going to go into the computer, right? It's USB. This part, sorry. And then this part has got a clip on it, like for your belt, or maybe you could put it up on your shoulder or something on your collar of your shirt. So I guess you need a cable to go then from here to the headphones. And remember, I'm trying to avoid reading any documentation because it's a headset. It shouldn't need to. I'm not new at this. So we'll find out how naive I am here in a minute. So let me get the wire ties off of this and then we'll try this out. Okay. So if we plug one end here, now the headphones have a weirdly shaped hole on the side here, and then a small round hole here. So one is the microphone and one is for this, and the other's for the microphone. And I don't know, except that if we look at the design at the end of the microphone, you see it's got that plastic rectangular piece. And I imagine that's so you don't need instructions, right? You're going to line up that hole right there, and it will only go in one way. So it's got to be turned 180 degrees, and then it just locks right in. So you can't make a mistake there. That's a good design. I like that. And then this piece, let's see. This is round, and it's going to go into the round hole, which is right down in the middle at the bottom of the left headphone. And it pretty much locks. It won't spin once it's in there. I like that, and I'm digging that. And then let's see how stylish I look. Ooh, the whole room just got quiet. And then let's take this wire tie off. And this is the streaming computer right here. This is where all the magic is happening for this broadcast. So I'll just find a USB port back there, and let's see what happens when I plug it in. We'll just go right here. There we go. It says we're setting up your MH752. Windows 10 is doing that all for us. I thought this thing lit up. There's a switch on the side, which I'm guessing is for mute. And then we have what appears to be, so right here, the switch goes red when the switch is in an up position. These are your microphone volume buttons. And then I'm guessing on, off for the mic. And then on the front, you've got up and down volume for your headphone volume, and then a 7.1 surround simulation with that button, I'm guessing. So let me come around here to OBS. Actually, maybe I can do it from right here. And we can add this as an audio device, or we should be able to. Let's see, audio source. Headset microphone. Okay, so I'm still on the expensive microphone. I'm going to mute my microphone right now. So I'm going to hit this button, and when I hit this, you're not going to hear me anymore. You're going to see my lips move just to prove it to you. I'm not using this microphone yet. I'm still on this microphone. I'm going to mute, just so I'm clear, I'm going to mute this microphone. When I hit the switch, I'm going to say testing 1, 2, 3. So you see my lips, and you won't hear it because both microphones will be off. Then I'm going to turn this microphone on, and the next time you hear my voice will be with this mic. We got it? Here we go. Check 1, 2. All right, so now I'm on this headset, the Corsair, whatever this was, MH752. And I don't know, there's a switch here. It says I thought it would be muted. Maybe when it's red, it's off. Let's see. Let me move the switch. Okay, so when the switch shows red, when I move it up, that puts it into mute. So I had it backwards. I would think red was live, right? So, and then there's a volume for the microphone. If I raise the volume up, is the volume getting louder as I speak? Check 1, 2, 3, check 1, 2, 3, check, check, check. Seems about the same. Oh, wait, no, it's kind of going up a little bit. Now, it says the headset has much lower quality than the lavalier. Let's try And again, I can move the headset down or a little bit further away. A lot of times just the placement of the microphone can make a huge difference. Even just kind of moving it down here. And then I think if I turn the 7.1 on, I think that only affects the audio that I hear, not the audio that you hear. So I'll turn that back off. And so this is the audio quality of the MH752s. To which I'm hearing, it's not bad, it sounds awesome. Some people are saying it's out of sync. Well, that's an OBS issue when coming in from a different audio source. That's correctable in the software, but it's not auto-correcting. And again, this would not be an issue in StreamYard. So I'm not worried about synchronization issues. Zach says it's more muffled. William says this sounds like I'm in a tunnel. And if I move the microphone closer to my mouth, is that better? Or am I too close? Is it oversaturated? I'm looking at my audio levels, and the audio levels look good without me adjusting anything. And so, yeah. Patrick Russo says you can tell I'm on a headset mic. Well, that's not good. That's not what we want. Zero Course says I missed his super chat. Let's say, oh yeah, $2. He says, Carrie, you gotta love a bag that is triple boxed, right? That's what I'm saying. Thank you for that, Zero Core. I appreciate it. Now, some people say this sounds great. Some people sounds like I'm in a tunnel. I don't know. I really don't know. Clearly, it would. Zach says it was better further away, so I move it a little further, maybe down. Catherine says she does not like it. And Rick Hubbard says it's perfect. Jay says it's got increased mid-range. And Susan Harris says they both sound the same. Interesting. All right. Well, we've got a good baseline here. So let me switch this back off. And if I can remember how to do it. All right. So I'm going to switch this one off. We're going to go back to this expensive lavalier right now. Okay, so now I'm back on the lavalier microphone, and this was an interesting experiment. This is sort of performing the way I thought it would, which is okay. I didn't think this was going to blow my mind, and from everything you guys are telling me, I'm right. I think, honestly, of the 4 headsets, I think this is probably going to be the worst one. That's just based on the impression I got from the reviews. And I just don't know how to define worse, right? So this will be the first one we're trying, and we'll set that one aside. Let's get it out of here. Put it down here for now. It's okay. It's okay. It's not great. So these are the Audio-Technicas. Now I'm a big Audio-Technica fan. I think they make a good quality product without a Sennheiser price. Sennheiser makes great products too, but they're really expensive. And I don't know that the amount extra that it costs for Sennheiser is resulting in that much better in quality or performance of the product. It is better. Is it $100 better? Is it $15 better? Well, I guess that's for each one of us to decide. If you can afford it, obviously it's great to have Sennheiser equipment, at least at my level of broadcast. And it just gets really super expensive. You know, the previous lapel mics I were using that were wireless were Sony's, and the Sony's were really good. And Sony's another one of those companies where you pay extra for just a little bit better, you know. So anyway, here's the Audio-Technica ATH G1s. Now these look very professional to me. It's showing it also has a removable microphone. That implies to me that these are really intended for music quality headphone listening, which of course I'm not testing in this broadcast because, well, copyright violations, right? So let's see what we got now. Less effort in the packaging because all we have is a plastic clamshell thingy here, right here. Much simpler packaging, which I very much appreciate. And then right here in the middle, we've got what I'm guessing is the microphone in a little baggie. And it appears we have some wire ties holding Is it a wire tie? Oh, it's just wire. What's holding these in? Something. Yeah, there is a wire tie. No, it's not a wire tie. Why are those wires exposed? No, there's a wire tie. It's right here. Okay, so again, we've got our documentation. I'll try and keep it in organized piles. Let's see if I can get this wire tie off of here. Oh, okay, so, oh, and then there's tape holding this plastic bag in. Okay. All right, let me just set this down here for a minute. So those feel much higher quality. I like how they feel so much better than those Cooler Master. Those Cooler Master ones feel cheap and gamey, plasticky and sort of, I don't, they're okay. This feels like something for a kid. All right, so in the bag, we've got a breakout for the headphones and microphone from a single 3.5. And then once again with the microphone, you can see that it's got a shape to it at the end of the plug so that this can only go in one way into the headphones. And if I look at these headphones, we already have a cable coming out, which is in a Ziploc bag that can't be sealed because the cable's coming out. So let's see what we got here. Okay, so I'm guessing the reason for this single plug would be for like a tablet or a smartphone or something where you would have a headphone and microphone in a single jack, and then you would need this little breakout adapter to plug into the back of the PC to your sound card. Or I guess you could go to the front of the PC. You know how I'm always hooking up those front port umbilicals and I'm always telling you this is for your front headphone and your front microphone jacks? For headsets, that's exactly what those are for. You've just never seen me use them before because I've never had any need to. Now, what's interesting, there was a wire tie here on the other side that just had come loose on its own. So we'll get rid of that. I definitely don't like this exposed wire. That's just unacceptable. Whoever came up with this idea, that's a bad design. There should be a better, this should be hidden with some sort of a housing around it or a track so that you don't see those wires. And then there's the inside of the headphones there. And then somewhere right here, remember it appears on all these headphones, or headsets rather, that at the very bottom, at the 6 o'clock position is where your headphone cable's going to go, and then your microphone cable will go slightly above that, and typically it appears only goes in one direction, and I'm just trying to figure out if it's this way or can you turn it 180 degrees and go the other way? No, you can't go the other way with it. You can see it's not going to line up. It's got to be turned around. I like when you can't get it wrong, when the engineers do something that anybody with a little critical thinking could put the square peg in the square hole. And then let's see how these feel. They're definitely a lot lighter. They feel better made, but that cable sticking out, that's a big no-no because that's just too easy to damage. You could get hung up on something. You put the headphones down, they drop, the cable gets caught up on something and pulls it and rips it, tears it. You're out of a set of a $160 headset. So, all right, let's try this. Put these on. And, oh goody, another cable tie. All right, now this time, let's see, do I have front audio ports on this thing? I never use them. It's a black on black. I can't see anything. Bear with me here for a minute. I need a flashlight. I could go around the back too, but okay. Okay, so there's a white and a black. The white one is microphone. And the black is headphone. Okay. Cord is not very long on here. I'm not talking through this yet. Be aware of that, please. Okay. Let me step around. Now this should be an interesting experiment because now we're using the sound card on the computer. Well, I'm not doing it yet. But so the Realtek software on the computer said, did you just plug a microphone into the microphone jack? I said, yes. Did you just plug a headphone into the headphone jack? I said, yes. Those were the pop-ups that just came out. And let's turn this audio device off. Let's change it. See if we can go with this. Okay, so I'm not quite sure what my volume levels are going to be, but once again, I'm going to mute my lapel microphone. And then I'm going to say testing 1, 2, 3, and you're not going to hear it. And then I'm going to switch over to the headset. Here we go. Switching off. Okay, now I'm on the headset. I'd be very curious what you guys think of this headset because it feels better to me, and I already sort of lean with a bias towards Audio-Technica for microphones. So I'm kind of curious, how does this microphone sound? Now remember, I'm not changing any settings in OBS other than the source. I'm not changing any volume, and I'm not changing any sound card settings. Leo says there's too much gain, but I can easily reduce gain in OBS. We can bring that gain down. I'm at negative 1.9 right now. So Joseph says these sound a bit tinnier. Joshua wants to know if I'm hearing my voice in the headset. That is an option in OBS to monitor, but that option is turned off because it would come through the TV, back into the microphone, back through the TV, back into the microphone, and it would create an excessive feedback loop without headphones on. So that feature has been turned off. Bill Burlette says these are nice and loud. Jag Leg says they sound like a pilot. Stealth Mode and David said they love it. Tony Camarina says it sounds real good. Vern Mahorny says deep baritone voice. Carlos Hernandez says it's a lot better. Stoonley says it's a little bit tinny. Rick Hubbard says it's deeper with a little hiss behind it. Keeps saying I sound like I'm a pilot. I shouldn't sound like a pilot. It should sound... That's interesting. I wish I could hear it. Zero Course says we're hearing a lot of static. If that's the case, I can turn a filter on. Let's turn the filter on for noise reduction and see if that helps. Noise suppression. And we'll just stick with the default. So this is default noise suppression on. Susan Harris says it sounds really different, like a voice over work. Oh, it's got a limited frequency range. That's not good. Evidence Savant says, I think your $1,000 lapel mic sounds better than the $100 headset. Well, that's what I'm expecting, but I would really think that that if I could find a headset that was indiscernible, I would be blown away, right? So I'm not expecting anybody to honestly, for one of these $100 headsets to sound like $1,000 Sennheiser mic. It's not likely, but if it were to happen, I'd be very pleasantly surprised. Wayne D says there's more treble and bass like having a loudness switch turned on. William Lynn says it sounds like a voiceover. Zero Core says the static is gone. Carlos Hernandez says this is the real you. Rick Lake says I like them better. It makes your voice deeper. Catherine is a no-go on this one as well. Zero Core says the video and audio is perfectly in sync. Try refreshing your browser. Vern thinks maybe the audio input gain should be turned down, so we'll crank it down. We're at negative 1.9 dB. I'm looking on the levels. Yeah, it is a little high. I'll bring it down to 3.7 right now. I'm at 3.7. When the gain's too high, it's clearly going to have a lot more hiss to it because when you turn the gain up, you're amplifying everything the microphone's hearing. So any silence becomes a hiss. And usually that's a sign that you either need some kind of a compressor or you've got your gain turned up way too high. So this is really helping to get this feedback from you guys. George Ferrugia says it's for a headphone microphone, it sounds good. Saku Reggae says try plugging it in directly to the motherboard. I mean, it is technically plugged in directly to the motherboard. I can't imagine that would make any difference. MH752 have a crosstalk issue. I don't know what you mean by crosstalk. Do you know if there's a way to disable flip to mute for Corsair Void Pro mic? I never even heard of a Corsair Void Pro mic. Maybe somebody in the chat room will know that. Yates Network says it sounds like a radio voice to me. That's a good thing. Still, the people are saying the gain's too high. That's interesting. We'll bring the gain down. Let's see. We're at a negative. This is really too low in my opinion. This is a negative 7 dB on the gain. And I'm watching. Oh, well, maybe not. It seems to be. It depending on the words I'm speaking and how I'm projecting my voice, I'm more or less staying right under 10 dB, which is not good. It usually needs to go up a little bit more. I would take it up a little bit more personally. My preference would be check 1, 2, check right in this range. This is more like a negative 6. Let's see. Where is it? Come on. Okay, this is a negative 5.9 dB on this gain. Susan says, if you don't like the way it's made because of the wires, why do you care how well it sounds? Well, it is a microphone, not a showpiece. And if it performs better than the other 3 models, then I'll just handle it with care. And if it breaks, I'll have to order another pair and then maybe come up with my own solution. I'm making an assumption that is a weakness. It's Achilles' heel. I could be wrong. Maybe I'll never have a problem with it. I tend to be pretty hard with hardware. And you'll notice I don't carry things around like they're fragile and delicate because generally speaking, technology isn't. So it's still disappointing to me that Audio-Technica, who I've really come to respect in the quality of their stuff, didn't protect that wire with some kind of a little plastic, I don't know, some little plastic tunnel that really wouldn't have affected the design or the weight of the headphones. But Vern wants me to move the mic around. Let's move the mic a little further down, get it out of the way. Zero Core says the previous mic was a 4 out of 10. This mic is an 8 out of 10. Well, that's very helpful. Thank you. Yates said this mic really picks up the S's. Jake says voting no on this example. Interesting. Barry suggesting the microphones, both the lapel and this mic, should be in equal distance to test them side by side, but they're completely different technologies and how they're amplified. The lapel mic is meant to be further away, and these kind of mics are meant to be closer. So yeah, we're looking. Everybody's pretty much on the same page where the first microphone, on a scale of 1 to 10 is a little less than half, and this one's a little more than half. Patrick says you can tell that I'm on a headset mic, but this one's a little better. Okay. Okay, so let's switch back to the lapel mic right now. Okay, now I'm on the lapel mic, and we can take this one off. This is pretty much what I thought it would be. In fact, it's fair to say both of these, the Cooler Master and the Audio-Technicas, are performing as I expected they would, which is either good news or bad news. I don't know. I'm not getting any surprises at this point. Let me unplug these. The reason I don't want to plug these into the back of the computer is I don't, if I were to use these on a StreamYard interview, I'm going to be standing on the other side of the computer. So to run these around would not be ideal. The cord is maybe 6 feet. So that would, if I move my head or anything and I pull the computer off the desk, that wouldn't be good. And I really would like to use my laptop for the StreamYard interviews and not use this computer at all, because again, I don't want to change anything on the configuration here. I want to keep this just for live streaming on YouTube, and then ideally use the laptop for StreamYard. But because StreamYard's all web-based, I don't use OBS. So even if I did decide to use the streaming computer, it would be a different software package altogether. Well, it's just a web browser. That's all it is. I don't need OBS. I don't need capture card software. I don't need capture card driver. I don't need any of that. I don't need XSplit. I don't need VCam. This is where StreamYard's going to shine for me. And then I thought I might as well just use the laptop. But in theory, I could use any computer with a good enough internet connection, log into my StreamYard account, and immediately be able to stream an interview, which is, this is a $900 capture card, $1,000 in microphone, and a $2,500 camera, and all kinds of accessories that add up to thousands of dollars, which is way overkill when StreamYard can do it with a headset and a webcam, and it would look and sound better in theory. Okay, so let me put these somewhere. All right, these are the Audio-Technicas. Oops. All right, so now I have these Philips Fidelios, and I've got a feeling these are not going to be good. And the reason I say that is because the microphone it comes with is from another company. It's almost like the microphone's an afterthought, and these are really headphones. And I didn't realize that when I bought it. I thought that the included microphone was made by Philips, not a third party. I'm very concerned that the quality of this is going to not be good. But I could be wrong, and that's the point of testing, so let's just keep going. Rakshit Patel contributes $1.99. He says, I love videos like this. Thank you, Rakshit. Mike Smith is very particular about audio quality, so once we decide which of these is best, I'll see what Mike has to say. And hopefully Mike will agree with everybody, and it'll be a real easy decision. Now, for some reason, they put a little condom on this. I don't know why. It's like a little dust jacket. Now, whenever you have dust jackets on things like HDMI ports and display ports, it's to keep dust from building up inside of there and hampering the connection. But I mean, if you had dust on your plug, you would just wipe it off. I don't know why. This just seems like a tiny waste, but it's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. Oh, look, and there's another one. There's another little condom for my jack. That's great. So somehow, I don't know how this works. We've got a slider. Is that a slider? So these are some pretty cheap switches. These are the kind of things that when they get dust in them, when you start to rotate the little dial, it goes, it makes that sound. That's what's going to happen to this. I can already tell you that. But let me just see here. Save my negativity for something that's happening now, not in the future. I'm projecting from past experience what's going to happen in the future, whether it's those wires or it's that little dial type lever or what you call it? It's a dial. They always cause noise in the future. They always sound great for about a year maybe, and then they just make all kinds of noise and hiss when you're adjusting them in the future. So I don't like that, but let's see what we got here. It's another box. Okay, we'll put that box over there. Let's go here. Ooh, nice packaging. So we got some desiccant. Ooh, those have some weight to them. Well, these feel like proper headphones. Wow. Wow, those are really attractive. Okay. There's no microphone jack, which is why that thing, I guess, is made the way it is, huh? Let's see. In the box remaining, we've got a 3.5. Well, first of all, there's instructions in case you don't know how to use headphones. Place on head, plug in, shut up and listen. Turn the volume up. I don't know. That's a lot of documentation for headphones. All right, well, I'm going to assume I don't need that. So we've got the 3.5 millimeter to 1/4 inch adapter for old school headphone use. There's some kind of weird cable management tool here, I guess. Sticky tape. All right, let's see. What am I doing? Let's put this over here. Try and keep this all together. Much longer cord. And the cord's got a nice braid sleeve around it, which I like. So it's not likely to snag or to kink up on itself, you know, where sometimes the cables will magically twist themselves into knots. And you're like, how did that happen? So when they're braided like that, that's less likely to happen. This is obviously going to plug in, just like the other was right down at the bottom here. Wow, this feels like a proper pair of headphones. Okay. And I don't want that adapter, so put that down there. And then we'll come around the front again to the headphones, which I think are on the right. If only I could see it. Yeah, headphones on the right. It's pretty universal in most cases. Just never use them. And I'm standing on the cord. That's how long the cord is. So we're going to plug that in. Good, good. And let's see the microphone. How's that going to work? Where's the microphone? Okay, so the microphone. Oh, it's a pass-through. I see. I see. Okay. It's a pass-through. So normally, without the mic, that's how you would use these as headphones. I got it. All right. I'm a little slow. And so this is going to plug in. And see, this is always the left, right? So go this way. Of course, nothing keeps it Ooh. It was like cracking when I was bending the microphone cable. Is it supposed to crack? All right. Okay, so that one goes there, and then we've got a nice reusable Velcro wire management strip there, which is a nice touch. I'm guessing this is mute again with some sort of volume control for the microphone with the dial. Yeah. Okay. And then let's see if that goes there. Well, then it doesn't break out, does it? Doesn't give me a breakout? That is not good. I would need this split for headphones and microphone. Interesting choice of design here. This is clearly a kludge, meaning it's kind of a engineered to do something it wasn't really designed to do. So you got a little clip on here, but that clip doesn't go very far. I don't know where you're supposed to clip this. I'm going to plug this into the microphone area. Let's see what happens. Let's see. What did I plug in? Headphones. My choices are line in, mic in, speaker out, or headphones. So it's going to be mic in. Okay. Oh. It's detecting two things in the one jack. I don't know which one's which. Well, let's try headphone. I could have them backwards. I really don't know. So let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and mute my lapel microphone, and then we're going to switch to this mic. There we go. Okay, now check, check, check. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1. I don't know what the switch is. The switch is doing nothing. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. What's that switch for? Usually that's a mute. This is off and on. The volume should go all the way up here. Check, check, check. Take these out. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. And bring the gain all the way up on these. And move the microphone a little closer to my mouth. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check, check, check. The switch is doing nothing at all for me. And the volume is doing nothing. The volume is not doing anything for the microphone. I can see the bar moving when I speak. And it may be sound suppression. The volume is so low on these, the noise suppression may be canceling them out. So now I've got that filter turned off, which was the filter I had on with the previous headphones we were just trying. And this is going to require some serious gain, or I don't have something plugged all the way in. Let me just double check. Yeah, check 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2. Yeah, this is not good. Checking, 1, 2, check. I can see the bars moving up and down when I speak. This is not check, hello. Okay. Check, check, 1, 2. Okay, so now I'm back on the lapel mic. So my concern is these are a great set of headphones and a real crappy microphone. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seems. And again, I thought the microphone that was being included was related to the manufacturer. So I may actually send these back to Amazon. I don't think these are gonna even be close to what I needed here. So I will make a little pile over here to put it all back in the box. I think those are gonna go back. Like those weren't cheap. I think those were the X2 HRs on Amazon is like was over $100, I think. That's all right. That's why we're testing. That's why we're testing. And then this cable is going to go back with it. So let me grab this one too. This cable's almost too long. I'm just constantly stepping on it. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, well, I'm hoping I saved the best for last. So let's find out. The PC37s, these are Sennheisers. They're from Massdrop. I have high expectations for these. So this may be a massive disappointment. I don't know. There's our package. They look cheap and plasticky, which is not a good start. Interestingly, these are all mostly the 3.5 millimeter jacks. I thought because they were headsets, they'd be mostly USB, and I was a little concerned about going into a mixer. Zero Core says I should try the breakout from the other headset on it. Honestly, that will render the other headset useless. Like I said, I would need all 4 headsets for different things, and it would mean that if I had to steal from one to donate to the other, that the other one would then be not really usable. But I'm betting that the music quality in those Philips headphones is probably really good. But as a headset for at least the microphone part of it, which is critical when doing an interview, you've got to be able to ask your guests questions. They've got to be able to hear you. I absolutely think these are the cheapest looking, feeling headset of the bunch. They feel like a toy. This doesn't feel serious to me, but maybe they'll surprise me. I really, out of the box, this just feels like cheap crap. And I just wouldn't expect Sennheiser to put their name on something that looks like it should say Fisher Price. But let's just give it a fair shake. They're tight. Holy smokes, they're tight. That's probably not going to wear well over time, but who knows? Maybe they will. Okay, so speaker goes on the right. I guess that doesn't matter because the sound card asks you what you just plugged in and it'll adapt to whatever you plugged in. So in that case, headphone is what I'm selecting, and I'll click OK. And now the red or pink plug will go into the microphone input. Oh, I'm hearing it in the headset now. That's mic in. Okay. So once more, I'm going, now this isn't really adjustable. This stays a distance from your mouth. You can't move it away. You can only raise it up or down. That's an interesting, yeah, that's an interesting choice there from Sennheiser. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and mute my lapel mic. Check 1, 2. These already look better on the sound scale than what we just used. So now I'm on this microphone now. Someone says they're hearing a buzz. It shouldn't be a buzz. The headphones are tight. It's yeah. It feels like they're made for children. There's a lot of hissing. That's because my gain is cranked all the way up, which means I've got to turn the filter, the noise suppression back on. So I'm going to go back and turn that noise suppression on now, and that should resolve, hopefully it resolves the hissing. So of all of the headsets we've tried out, which ones do you guys think sound the best? They sound flat and compressed. That's what Blackwatch says. Selden says they have worse frequency response. Ski Man says they sound the best so far. Yates Network says sounds pretty good, very natural tone, even without so much bass. These are another 8 of 10 for me. So Zero Core is saying these are pretty much equivalent to the Audio-Technica headset. George Ferrugia says the Audio-Technicas were better. Vern says the Audio-Technicas are better. Cody says the Audio-Technicas are better. Blackwatch thinks the first one was better. Really? The Cooler Master? And Selden Bell liked the Cooler Masters better as well. Bruce thinks these sound the best of the 3. Well, there's 4, but I guess you're not counting the previous one because it didn't really give us anything. Zero Core is saying a 4 out of 10 on the Cooler Masters, 8 out of 10 on the Audio-Technicas, a 1 out of 10 on the Philips, and an 8 out of 10 on the Sennheisers I'm wearing right now. FlyGuy23 says these are the second best. Most people seem to think those Audio-Technicas are the best ones of these 4. With that in mind, if you have some familiarity with headsets that are much better broadcast quality, what make and model would you recommend? I'm going to go ahead and take these off right now and switch back to my lapel mic. Hang in there for just a minute. Okay, so back on the lapel microphone. These seem like the most durable, right? Because the Audio-Technica has the exposed wire. You see there's no exposed wire. The wires are in the plastic track. But these also look to be they feel cheap. They feel really cheap to me. The HyperX Cloud 2s are what you guys are recommending, huh? The reason I ask is if I send those Philips back, maybe I'll swap them out for something else. Give something else a try. John Williams said these are pretty good, but he thinks the Audio-Technica sound better. Yates Networks says, he says, I think it depends on you, Carrie. Do you prefer a more natural tone or do you want a more bottom-heavy tone? I don't know until I hear them. Catherine Anna Hauserman's recommending the SteelSeries 5. I guess that's from Razer. Does Razer make the SteelSeries? William Lynn says he likes the HyperX Clouds. Zero Core thinks that the Sennheisers were just a little bit less quality audio-wise than the Audio-Technicas. Patrick's provided an Amazon link to something. Let's see what that is. Oh, an Audio-Technica broadcast stereo headset. Ooh, fancy. $200. Well, that does seem more appropriate than a gaming headset, that's for sure. Okay, I'll save that page. Those do look like a professional headset, those Audio-Technicas. And they still have the exposed wire on them though. Such a bizarre design choice that Audio-Technica's taken with their headsets. I think they're the only ones that have any exposed wire into the earpiece, into the ear cup. Interesting. Cody said he had these and they broke within 2 months. Well, I'll report back on, you know, how they hold up over time. Like I said, I can be pretty hard on stuff, so I don't want to treat it like it's delicate. It give me too much anxiety of worrying about breaking it. I'd rather just toss it around as I would anything else, and if it breaks, I'll consider that on my next purchase. The Logitech G Pro X are popular. I don't really care what's popular. What I care is what sounds good. Fly Guy says, asking what people hear quality-wise is like asking someone which computer should I use. No, I mean, I realize audio is very subjective, but it does. I can kind of get the gist of the majority. I was going to say of the masses, because you know, people's ears are different. And also, what you're listening to me on is very different. Some of you may be listening with headphones. Some of you may be listening with speakers. And if you're listening with a pair of like clip speakers that I like, I'm sure it's going to sound very different than listening on an inexpensive pair of headphones. And of course, the kind of computer, an audio chip that you've got, if you've got a digital analog converter, if you've got a DAC and you're listening to me through that, it's going to sound very different than if you don't have a DAC. So there's a lot of variables, and I understand that when I ask, and I'm certainly considering that when I see the response here in the chat room. But you will find that there are common denominators where even if they don't agree on how it sounds, there may be other aspects that they are agreeing on, and that's a factor to consider as well. At least that's the way I see it. And of course, I can play this back and hear it after this live broadcast and judge it for myself. Can I get some headphones and a desk mic like the Blue Yeti and use the Logitech StreamCam? The problem with a desk mic is if you turn your head when you talk, which isn't likely going, you know, because when you're on a, like when I'm here and I'm talking to you guys, one of the great things about having a lapel mic is when I turn around to work on something, if I had a boom or a desk mic, my voice would be, all of the amplification and direction of my voice would be moving with my body blocking it, and you wouldn't hear me. So with this lavalier, as I walk around and spin different directions, my voice is always equally the same, even if I walk out of the room. But because this will be used for interviewing, I will primarily be sitting in one place, looking at the person I'm talking to. So I guess my thinking needs to change on the whole desktop mic thing, because I have a very nice high LPR 40, which sounds amazing. But there's one other thing I've got that could change all of this. Because I already thought of this. I already thought, what if all of these are just not going to cut it? And so I had this idea. This may make up for any shortcomings and could make every one of these headsets very usable, or maybe it won't. What I'm holding is it's a portable, it's called a GoXLR Mini, and what it is a very small mixer and preamp. And one of the problems these microphones can have is on the preamp side, where we're not getting enough gain, and I've got to crank those dBs all the way up that you have all this hiss. This could potentially correct that. And if we look around the back, you can see we've got a line in and a line out, and we've got some controls that Gary's been splurging. Trust me, everything you're seeing added up doesn't cost what the microphone I'm wearing costs. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 microphones, 4 headsets, and a mixer for less than the cost of one microphone. So this really wasn't very expensive. I think this was $150 or something. There's a bigger version that has like the slides are on motors, and anyway, it's ridiculous. So in the front of it, you'll see it's got a headphone and a microphone jack right up in the front. So instead of plugging in to the front of the computer directly with the headset would plug into this, and then this will plug in. And then I can start controlling volume and noise levels, which may be what we want to correct it. In fact, this can plug right into the USB port. So the last time I've had to use a mixer with a microphone, I was doing radio. So everything else has been, digital, and just never needed it. And I've had some high-end radio equipment. Now this has never been open, so I've got to cut the tape on the box. And I was really hoping, because I was foreseeing, that was my question. What if, I'm not going to buy every headset on Amazon and then test them all and send them all back. So I picked what I thought were the 4 most professional looking. I somehow missed those Audio-Technicas you sent, those professionals. I'm trying to remember if I took them out of the running for some reason. I can't remember, but I don't know why I did that. Or maybe I didn't see them. I don't know. I can't remember. This was a few weeks ago. Let's see what's in here. In the box, there's our GoXLR. Very simple packaging. I'm digging that so far. And then we've got a USB cable and some documentation. And apparently they sealed it so it stays factory fresh. You wouldn't want a stale mixer. I don't know why this is vacuum sealed. It's very strange. I guess it's not vacuum sealed. There's some small holes in the bag. I just don't know why they found it necessary to seal the bag. It's just weird. Okay, let's take a look at this close up. Let's see what we got here. I always get on you guys about removing the little plastic on GPUs and stuff because it looks terrible with the plastic on it. And a lot of times the plastic may be blocking some venting, but at the very least it just looks terrible. And here it even tells you, remove the protective film. So somewhere, they should give you something to pull the protective film up, like a little piece of it should be, a little extra. But I guess you got to get a fingernail under there. You're supposed to remove the protective film. I almost can't even tell it's got a film on it. How about that sticker? Well, I can remove the sticker that says remove the protective film, but that doesn't remove the protective film. I'm just going to keep saying protective film. There doesn't seem to be any way to find an edge to pull this up. I mean, I know it wasn't returned because the bag was completely sealed, so Why is it important that the film be removed on this? You can see there is a film on it. I'm kind of gouging into it right there. And then when I get it good, you'll see it'll start to peel up. All right, let me just put the sticker. Just throw that away. There it is. Ooh. You don't want to rip the buttons off, so I'm going to work around those. Shiny. So again, the headsets are going to plug in headphone and microphone right there. And then if I wanted to use my high LPR 40 XLR with the preamp here, then we've got a line in and a line out. So if you were going into another mixer or something like that, or you had some other device, audio input device like an MP3 player, and you wanted to go audio into that. And then of course there's the USB port, and then there's a digital plug that shows a game controller, which I don't know what that does. So let's see if this changes the value proposition of any of these headphones, either in a positive or a negative way, to see if there's any benefit, you know, to compensate for whatever the wherever the headphones might be falling short, we might be able to compensate for with the mixer. And I didn't want to have some overly, you know, expensive thing taking up a space the size of a laptop just for controlling my audio quality, because again, this is not 20 years ago. That would have been what would be expected. These days, a lot of this can be controlled via software now. You don't even need the physical hardware, but it is sometimes nice to have this slider and to physically see it versus looking at a picture of a mixer on the screen. You know, especially if that's what you, like myself, have grown up with and used and familiarized yourself with. Just to have a little breakout box like that is much more appealing than, you know, looking for the window of the mixer and then having it crash on you or something. So that shouldn't be a problem when we go hardware based. And then we'll just find any USB port back here. I guess we'll go right there. Looks good. And this thing should light up. Yeah, there it goes. Wow, did you see that? So we've got all kinds of stuff going on here. Microphone, chat, music. Oh, it kind of lights up as I raise these. See the lights on each side? Okay. All right, and then the buttons down here will be turning, you know, muting these on and off. This looks to be a sensor button. There's somebody, I don't know, I guess it bleeps people out. And then this is my master mute for my microphone here. So that doesn't require any instructions. That's, you know, if you're familiar with how a mixer works, that looks pretty straightforward. So let's try these back in the opposite direction, I guess. We'll put the Sennheisers back on. Only this time, we're going to use the mixer. I'm not accustomed to headphones fitting me tight like this. I don't usually have to extend headphones out. I'm not a big person. That's why these feel like they might be made for kids. Okay. Green is usually where your speakers or headphones go. Red is usually microphone. So I'm plugged in here. Now I'm going to mute my lapel mic. I want to go over to this GoXLR. Give me just a minute because I have to configure it in OBS. So you're going to hear silence here for a minute. Okay, there's no audio device, so I may have to load drivers for this manually. Let me take a quick look online for the GoXLR Mini, because you're not hearing me through this headset. I'm back on my lapel microphone right now. Let's see, GoXLR drivers. All right, maybe I have to install software. The Go series, downloads. Blender, I don't need a blender one. Audio interfaces, mixing consoles. Why is it showing me Blender stuff? Product is Blender. It's a GoXLR Mini. No output, he says, on the wires on the back. It should just be USB. In other words, the output should be going through the USB port. So I'm plugging in the headphones, which are traditional headphone microphone jacks, and the mixer should be converting that into USB. I should not have to come out of this unless I didn't plug in the... Ooh, I heard something. You can see that thing glowing and putting on a little show there. Interesting. Yeah, it's not showing up in OBS. Zero, of course, correctly said these are inputs in the back. Yeah, that's a XLR for a microphone. That's a line in. This is a line out, so technically there is an out. And so for the GoXLR Mini, let's see, TC Helicon, is that the name of the company? Product groups, mixing consoles. And it just says Blender PC. I don't know what that is. I guess I'll download it and see what it is. It doesn't seem right though. Product information, images, drivers, USB and audio. You know, it's pointing me to the same software. Well, it looks like a pretty small download. Let's just install it and see what it does. Welcome to TC Blender USB audio driver. Well, it's not a big download. It's not a big install. That's good. Next. It's been installed. Click Finish to close the wizard. To complete, you must disconnect and reconnect your device. Do you want this wizard to... Yeah, sure, go ahead. So let's, once again, if you look at this when I unplug it and plug it back in, it puts a nice little light show on. Okay. 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 Now, is it available to me? No. I'm doing something wrong. Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2. Let's just turn everything up. Turn it all up. Turn it up. These lights are not changing at all. Ooh. I hear the sensor. That's hilarious. I swear I'm gonna... don't think that goes out. You guys can't hear it. It's just it's a tone. So stupid. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to stop OBS and then start it again, so you guys may have to refresh just to see if it's an OBS issue here. So hang in there, and you might have to refresh the browser. Give me just a second here. I'm going to start and restop the OBS broadcasting software right now. Okay, so I should be back, and hopefully the stream will kick itself back on again. Appears to be okay. We'll go back to audio properties. No, this does not appear as an audio capture device in OBS. Interesting. Yeah, I probably could read the directions, but you know, that's like going through a walkthrough in a game. Wouldn't you rather figure the game out? Isn't that the point of the game? Let me see my device manager. Let me make sure everything looks good. Device manager. Oh. NVIDIA. Yeah, GoXLR Mini is right there. Oh, it's got a little, this device cannot start. Let's scan for hardware changes. No. Let's go to another USB port here. Let's go here. This device cannot start. Device is ready. GoXLR Mini is set up and ready to go. All right, let me close the device manager and reopen it. Maybe it's not giving me. No, it's still telling me device cannot start. Still does not appear in OBS. So Windows is telling me it's good to go, but the device is suggesting otherwise. It's saying it's USB 2. I thought it was USB 3, but maybe that's a USB 2 port. Setting up a device. We are setting up your GoXLR Mini. Device is ready. GoXLR Mini is set up and ready to go. Device manager says the device can't start. Let's take it out of the device manager. We'll remove it, uninstall it, and rescan. Device cannot start. Driver, update driver, search automatically. Just says USB audio 2.0. Search on Windows Update. Nothing. Well, this isn't supposed to be that difficult. What if I can, maybe it's under its own device. Let's see if we can add, does GoXLR Mini even show up maybe? Audio input capture, display capture, game capture, media source, scene, VLC source, when it should be an audio input capture device. And it's just not there. I'm missing something basic here. There's a link to the product page, but there's no down. Oh, yeah, there is. Software. GoXLR app. Okay. I definitely didn't download this before. That's a bigger download. You know what? I'm going to take these off because this is... I was hoping for a plug-and-play situation, but it didn't work out too well. This is why I go on late at night, see? Okay, GoXLR app. Let's execute that. Install. Thank you for that link. That was from John Young. Thank you, John. Welcome to the TC Helicon GoXLR USB audio driver. Okay, this looks like what I needed. I didn't think the other thing looked right. I'm not sure what the other thing was for, but it certainly seemed to load a driver, which is apparently not the right one. Pre-installation was successful. Click next to continue. Has been click finish to close the wizard. Okay. Check. Launch the GoXLR wizard. Yes. Oh, hello. What? Firmware update detected. A new device firmware has been found. Would you like to update? Okay. Oh, so now this thing is like got green lines going up and down. It says doing all the things as the progress bar, verifying, device is verifying update, installing update to device. 38%, 45%, 60%, 70, 80, 5, 90, 95, 100. Welcome to GoXLR. Talk into the mic to ensure a proper level. All right, so let me just set this down. Talk into the condenser, 3.5 millimeter. Oh, I can hear myself. Hello. Ooh, you sound sexy. How you doing? All right, so the levels, I don't know, it doesn't matter. Just click OK. Okay, now it's still monitoring. There's a tutorial, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Device control panel, I don't care. Configuration panel, I don't care. Start playing. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's cutting in and out on my headphones here. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check, check, check. Okay, so I can hear this microphone in these headphones, but you're still hearing me on the lapel mic. Oh, I can change the colors. Red, teal, vaporware. What is vaporware? I don't even know. I don't even know. Vaporware. Oh, it's an old profile. Okay, so, ooh, that got loud. Channel 1, microphone, mute all, bring chat to 0, music to 0, system. So it's showing on the screen, interesting. Check 1, 2, oh, now the buttons light up as they should. Okay, that's good. If I hit that, oh, this is you gotta hold it down to mute. That sucks. It's probably adjustable in the software. That's my sensor button. Okay, so now I should be able to switch over to this. This looks like it's gonna be okay now. Okay. Let's see what happens. Back to audio input device. broadcast stream mix. Chat mic, sample. Oh, I get to pick which output I want. I just want the whole mix. Okay, so I'm going to turn off the lapel mic right now. Okay, so now I'm broadcasting to you on this headset, but it seems like it's going in and out. So let me turn off. That filter is on. It's my noise suppression. That is. It's you guys hearing that? So what's happening in when I'm monitoring is my voice is cutting in and out, but I don't know if it's going out that way. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Yeah, it's breaking up, right? I don't know why it's doing that. It's very strange. It was check 1 2 3. Cables are plugged good. Testing 1 2. Why breaking up? It's almost like maybe a USB resource issue. Oh, there's a gateway here. Hold on. Is it 50? What if we lower the gate down? Let's bring. Okay, so this is a gate problem. Check 1 2. Check. It's doing what it's supposed to do. All right, that's fine. No, it's good. This is what the mixer's supposed to do. What I was emulating in OBS with software. Then there's a compressor, and I can bring the compressor up a little bit, and that should really do a number to bring my voice out. What if we bring it right about here? And I can bring the treble down. I can bring the mids a little bit higher. I can bring the bass up a little bit, maybe right about there. Hello and welcome into the. It's loud. Check 1 2. I need to bring the gate down, I think, a little bit more. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Holy smokes. Compressor's up too high. Let me bring the compression down a little bit. Let me bring the treble up a little here. Hello and welcome into the. Hello. Check 1 2. Wow, it's dead silent. Okay, very cool. Now, it is loud. It is loud. I can. So I can bring this down. Just slide the dial, which is a lot easier than messing around in OBS. Check 1 2 3. Hello, 1 2. Now, how does this sound right now? Like, to me, from what I'm hearing in my headset, this is a little more a professional to the level of, well, back in the day when we'd do the whole radio thing, we'd say, hey, you're listening to Kerry Holzman. We'll be right back right after this. It's got that very radio sound. Now, I can adjust the mid-range, the bass, and the treble. I have adjusted it to where I like it. However, these are just initial settings I'm playing with. They're not final decisions. And let's see if I can hit that button. Okay, so that mutes me. And if I want to curse, I should be able to push this button. If I want to say, hey, why don't you go yourself? You can just, as far as I'm concerned, you and your can go and you can't even hear what I'm saying because you're just a. So I think that's pretty cool. So stupid. Okay. Does it put the tone out? Do you guys hear the tone, or is it just muted? I think it's a tone, right? It's so stupid. All right. So again, with the software, you get the equalizer where I can adjust the gate, the compressor, and then of course the bass, the mid-range, and the treble. So just for fun. Oh, this is even better. So I can get a full equalizer instead of. Let's enable fine tuning. Wow. Let me turn the gate and compressor completely off. And then let's bring up, let's see, 1 2 3, 1 2. That's a little too deep. Let's bring up the mids a little bit more, a little bit right about there, I think. Let's bring up right about here. And then, oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Check 1 2. Check. Ooh, that's a little teeny. Let's bring that down. Maybe we can bring down right about there. What are we doing? 5.1 to 18. Wow. Okay, that that should be a little better. That's a little crazy. Let's turn extreme tuning off. Let's just do that. All right, now that should be a little bit better. Now, hello and welcome into my latest live broadcast. My name is Kerry Holzman. Today is the 31st of January, 2021. Thank you guys so much for watching. This should sound just like your cheesy radio voice. That's what I'm going for. Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so does this make this headset sound better now? Is this now... Remember you said this was the second place headset. I'm hearing that the S's are I should be able to just bring that, maybe just bring the compressor up just a little bit. Usually the S's and the P's, the popping the P's. Check 1 2, check 1 2. If we just a touch of the gate, a touch of the compressor. Okay, here we go. Now, of course, if I project my voice a little differently and I speak up, it should have a little bit more, there's the word, fidelity. Thank you, Alex. Yes, absolutely. So when I'm doing an interview, I feel like this is the voice I want people to hear versus my real voice, which is like, you know, hey, everybody, how's it going? All right, so now here's the next question. So if that does this effect on these Sennheisers, then what are the Audio-Technicas going to sound like? That's the question. So let's mute these. Flip back the back on the lapel mic. It should be. And suddenly these sound a lot better, right? So let's take these out. These are definitely long cord, good sounding mic. I will definitely use these as a potential interview candidate. Suddenly I got over how they look. See how that works? Suddenly I'm not so focused on how they look anymore. But let's take the worst, forget those Audio-Technicas for a minute. Let's take the worst headphones of the bunch. I thought he was reviewing headsets and it turns out to be a mixer review. Surprise. Okay. Now we all know how crappy this sounded before, yeah? And again, we're stuck in the same situation where we have one plug, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Is this headphone or microphone? I'm going to assume microphone because I don't really care about the headphones. And let's see. Check 1 2, check. I'm not getting any audio from this at all. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check. Check 1 2. Wow, these are really bad. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check. We go over here. I don't think that's probably going to help. Check 1 2, check 1 2. No. So you're still hearing me on the lapel mic, just so we're clear. I'm trying to get the other mic on right now, and I can hear it popping when I plug it in, and then nothing happens. I'm wondering if I can break this out, if that will help me. I know I have that adapter. We'll steal the adapter because I can buy an adapter on Amazon for a couple of bucks. What did I do with it? Right here. The adapter came with the Audio-Technicas, go figure. So I'm going to use this little adapter. Should have come with the adapter. Come on, what am I supposed to do with this? It's like they just think you're going to use it on a smartphone. Okay, so, and these aren't standard colors on the adapter. Usually it's green and red. So I'm guessing black is headphones and white. All right, watch your ears. I don't know how you watch your ears. Let's see what it is there. Ooh, check 1 2. Check 1, I still have nothing. I still have nothing. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 1. Oh, hey, the switch works now. All right, so I'll switch the lapel mic off. Okay, so now, ooh, this is interesting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the latest broadcast. It's a little saturated. Hello, everybody. Now, this is the crappiest headset that we have, and I don't know. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I don't know. What do you think, guys? Is it just a piece? I don't know. Does that still work? Now this feels more professional on my head, and the microphone's not, blocking my face as much. And all of a sudden, here's what I got to know. It's a little hot. All right, we'll bring it down a little bit here. Let's bring it down. How about that? Is that a little better? How about that? Scotty says real good. Michael Dane says he likes the other ones better. That's all right. That's tell me what you think. Don't pull any punches. Now, this feels a lot better to me. It just means I'd have to get one of these little splitters, which is disappointing that the splitter was not included. I guess I'll have to leave that on my Amazon review. We're back to an 8 of 10. So these went from the worst, that jumped right up to this equivalent of basically the other three. Now, this is fascinating because I was about ready to send these back, right? And of course, these come with this long headphone cable, which obviously is just for listening. This doesn't do me any good when using this as a headset. So these, make no mistake, that these Philips headphones are for listening to music. And I would very much love to put some music on if I didn't think in an instant I would be slammed with a copyright violation from YouTube. So I will have to evaluate that myself later. Michael Dane contributed $5. Says late night with Carrie Holzman. Now here's Carrie, right? Thank you, Michael. Susan Harris contributed $5. Said I could design a band to wrap the headset piece part that has the open wires and use Velcro to seal it with. Happy to make one for you. Well, it'd be kind of hard, I think, for you to do that without seeing the dimensions. It's very kind of you to offer that. That one looks weird because it's so tall off your head. Yeah, right here. The cushion is right here on top of my head, and then the band is up above that. So, but I could wear them further back, sort of. I don't know. No, they're definitely not comfortable like that. Perhaps not. But it does completely change your opinion of these, right? Or this cheap microphone. The GoXLR Mini has suddenly made this usable, whereas before it was completely unusable. So these are now in the running, and I agree that is a little distracting to have that gap there, especially in an interview situation. I would love to have invisible headphones, but Stealth Mode contributes $5. He says, you are at your best, sir. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Stealth Mode. It's very kind of you. I don't know how to take compliments. I'm so used to people abusing me on YouTube and the internet. Yeah, well, you too. All right, so it does sound a little saturated. It is definitely a cheaper microphone. There's no doubt about it. But suddenly now I'm not so anxious to return these. Now I'm kind of curious how they're going to be for listening to music. Now let's switch it up a little bit. Let's go back to those Corsairs. Let's go to the next worst ones, because we already know the Audio-Technicas were good. In theory, they should be even better, so let's save those for last. You with me? So I'm going to mute this. I just said I was muted and you cannot hear me. Read your lips, because I was switching to the lapel mic. I want you to hear the distinct audio difference when I switch. And then let's go to OBS and let's mute that so you don't get the jolts in your ears from me plugging and unplugging things. Now, I want to make sure I keep this cord with the, these are the Philips, right? Wherever that box was for the Philips. That's all right, I'll just remember. I'll have to play the video back to remember. But we'll put those up there. We're gonna go back to those, what did I say, Corsair? I meant Cooler Masters. Let's go to these Cooler Masters. Now this presents an interesting problem because the Cooler Masters are USB. And I don't believe that has a USB input. So that's not going to help us at all. That is absolutely. So these are the ones I should send back. I'm guessing. I don't know. I can't use those. They're USB. Does it have a... Wait a minute. Can I unplug this? Oh. So the volume part is the USB part. All right, hold up. So once again, I just need something to break that out. So let's steal that little adapter again. I guess I'm gonna go on Amazon and order about 4 of these little splitters. All right, so we're back here. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check. Okay, this is working, so I'm gonna mute my lapel mic. And now I am on the Cooler Master. These are the MH752s. Check 1, 2, 3. I'm leaving all the mixer settings alone right now. These do sound a bit loud in my ears, but the volume on my meter is looking actually low. So that's interesting. I wonder if that's just the check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check, check, check. Check 1, 2. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. Music, no. Check 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now I would think this volume would need to go up a little bit if it was, let's crank it all the way up. All right, so these are, oh, that's too loud. Let's bring it down. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Hello, check. That looks pretty good. I'm hearing a little bit of echo when I talk because the compression and the gate are kicking in. Now this is interesting. Now William Lynn is giving these a 9 out of 10. Now none of the headphones from you guys have claimed any headphones to be higher than 8. I do hear quite a bit of the gate turning on and off. So let me bring that down a little bit. And oh yeah, that's way better. Okay, so now when I tell you that you're, and if you don't believe me, you can, yeah, so that's all right. Now, other evidence about things are 6 out of 10. Michael Dane thinks they're an 8 out of 10. And William Lynn thinks they sound like a radio station. And Travis Wright. People are talking about WKRP in Cincinnati. The best episode of WKRP, he says, is the Thanksgiving episode. I think everybody agrees. I thought turkeys could fly. Okay, so all of a sudden now, all of these headphones are now apparently as good as the mixers. What it's seeming like to me, right? So now suddenly, instead of plugging the headphones directly into the computer and trusting the manufacturing of the mic or the audio controller that they're putting in this case on the USB adapter that's got the volume up and down, I don't need the volume up and down on the cord. I'm going to control it here or through the computer itself. So, these suddenly seem pretty reasonable. However, I'm noticing a much higher volume in these for some reason. I'm not sure why these seem louder in my ears. Justy1 wants to know if they're comfortably numb. They are very comfortable headphones, I will say that. Of the headphones so far, these are the most comfortable. But now we got to go to the Audio-Technicas. As Vern is suggesting, we definitely need to try that. So I'm going to switch back over now, back to the lapel mic. So hang in there for a minute. Okay, so now I'm back on lapel. Yeah, I got to figure out what that little adapter is called. It's got a name. It's basically a 3.5 millimeter breakout for microphone and headphone. Because remember, when you're plugging into a smartphone, you only have, if your smartphone even has a headphone jack, it's also a microphone jack. So this wouldn't do you much good on a cellular phone if you wanted to use this as a headset on a phone. But if I use that, and if my phone has a plug in it, then in theory, nope, the phone case prevents it from sitting all the way into the jack. So the phone case would have to come off. So it's not even good for that. Interesting. Okay, so let me set these back over here. So the only one of these that has the breakout are the Sennheisers. the Cooler Masters of a single 3.5. The Philips are a single 3.5, but they're really intended as a headphone jack. They're just intended as headphones, I mean. And now the Audio-Technica. Dun, dun, dun. And the Audio-Technicas are also a single. Interesting. Okay. I'm just digging these Audio-Technicas. I just don't like that exposed wire. And, you know, we'll figure something out. Maybe I'll take you up on your offer, Susan. Couldn't hurt to try, right? There's Peter Laycock in the chat room. Hey, Peter. Peter's contributed 50 pounds. Generous as always. Thank you so much. Much of what I'm showing you right now would not have been possible without help from folks like Peter, who have been active contributors here. And check 1, 2. Okay, now I'm hearing myself with these. Okay, so now I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna turn the lapel off. You know the routine now, right? Okay, so now I'm on the Audio-Technicas. These certainly don't sound as loud in my ears. I don't know why. The ones I just had on were quite loud, and I don't see any volume on the mixer for the output, which is weird. Like I have system volume, music volume, chat volume. I don't even know what chat volume means. And then mic volume. So I've got system volume all the way up, but if I turn system volume all the way down, it's making no impact for you guys. Because I think that's system sounds, things like the USB sounds and music playing off the system. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. And some people are saying these are loud, which is interesting, and muffled. Muffled could be because of the volume. If I bring the volume down a little bit here, the question now becomes, where is it overkill? Now, we're clipping. Well, we're clipping because... Oh, well, wait a minute. Maybe not. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. No, it's not clipping. I could have the microphone a little too close. That could be causing some distortion. And these may have a bit more bass naturally. So if I go back to the equalizer and I reset the equalizer from the customizations... Seriously, there's a button for top color, bottom color on the mixer. Gradient. Ooh, gradient colors. What? Stupid. Apply to all. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's totally dumb. I can see the colors change as the slider goes up. That's great. Sorry, I got a squirrel. Channel 1, Channel 2. Well, they're just calling them, so this is interesting, where it says mic, chat, music, and system on the software, they're called faders, which is what they are, channel 1, 2, 3, and 4, but there's nothing on the device saying channel 1, 2, 3, or 4. So they've labeled them differently in the software. Instead of saying mic, chat, music, and system, it says channel 1, channel 2, channel 3, channel 4, and you can control if you want the lights to be different colors for each fader. I guess that you could do that. Good to know. All right, file that away. What is this? Routing, headphones, microphone, game, console, line in, samples, broadcast, stream, mix, line out, chat, mic. Oh, like for Discord and stuff like. Okay, I got it. I see. I've got this sort of the way I'm going to use this with StreamYard in interviews. I'm like, well, what does it mean, chat? But I guess if you're gaming, yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool, Copper Top. All right, then system, what do we have? Mic setup. Mic setup. Okay, check 1, 2. And it shows 3.5 millimeter type of a microphone input. And then I can adjust the gain. I can bring the gain down. I can bring the gain way up or way down. Way down. This is a 39 dB gain. I just lowered my voice just to make it more dramatic. But a 39 dB gain, that's probably blowing this thing right up. Let's see, that's probably really saturated right now. So let's bring it down a little bit more. Let's bring that gain down. Check 1 2 check 1 2 check. We'll bring it down to, well, I think I was at 29. Maybe, let's see, that's 12. That's too low. 16, 20, 21, 25, 29, 29. Let's see, 30. This is 30 right here. Feels like 30 is a little low. There's 32. 32 feels good. Yeah, that feels good. Analytics. No, I don't want any analytics. Lighting. I don't care about the lighting. Microphone. I kind of like that. Okay, so Carrie, the Audio-Technica sound worse than before on the GoXLR. They sounded better by themselves. Well, Zero Core, I'm still making some adjustments. In theory, the GoXLR should only make the microphone sound worse if you haven't configured it properly. So then that would be on me, right? Because what I'm trying to do by comparing each microphone, if I keep adjusting the GoXLR to accommodate for the shortcomings of each microphone, I should be able to get the best out of each one. But if I want to determine which one's the best one, then I want to try and keep the settings as similar as possible, so I can evaluate just the microphone and the headphones themselves, and then fine-tune whatever is the best of those to sound even better. So this should sound better right now. And I don't know, on a scale of 1 to 10, or of the 4 headsets you've heard, please tell me which ones you prefer. What you're hearing with regards to clipping, I don't think is clipping. I think it's the compressor in the gate. Let me turn the gate and the compressor all the way off, because I'm hearing it cut out a little bit. So let's take those. Those are completely off now. And then let's put the equalizer back to default, which is what I was going to do. If I can remember how to do it. Equalizer. Come on now. Compressor. Threshold. Oh, that's for the compressor. Okay. Yeah. Check 1 2. So if I bring this down a little bit here, we sort of flatten out the mixer. So I still like to put a little more bass in it, but you know what? Let's just flatten it out. That's kind of close to flat. And I don't know. What do you think? Does it sound all right? I think the Al says the Sennheisers were a 10 out of 10. Putting them, so again, with the mixer being able to adjust the treble and the bass, the mid-range at a more granular level, right now I've kind of got it flat. Now my personal preference, when I adjust a mixer, usually the left side of the mixer is going to be your bass, the middle of the mixer is going to be your mid-range, and then the right side of the mixer is going to be different frequencies of treble, going higher and higher up. And what I tend to do if you've ever seen one of my mixers, old school spectrum analyzer mixer from the 80s, and kids don't have mixers today, right? They don't have equalizers is what I mean to say. When I would adjust an equalizer, what it would look like is, starting from the far left, I would be a little above the middle, and then the next one would be all the way to close to the top, and then the next one would match the first one, so you kind of have this little peak, and then the rest of them would come down in a wave till it got to the middle. It never went below the middle. And as we go up to the treble, we'd come up, and at the very end, dip off so that you don't have too much of a high end. So it kind of, if you can picture a wave in your head, the way that the equalizer would look, to my audio preference, is it's down, up, level, back up, and back down. That's my preference. So if I do that with this mixer right now, let's see what it sounds like. So if we bring up this equalizer to be similar to how I would tune it for music, then it would look like approximately this would be where I would want it for music, but not necessarily for voice, right? I wouldn't normally use an equalizer on voice. That's typically done through the mixer. Usually a mixer has an equalizer built into it, and if you've ever seen those
fancy recording studios and they have rows and rows of buttons. That's because it's also adjusting basically equalization for each input individually as you go down those, because it looks like a big sea of buttons. You're like, how does that guy know what to press, right, or what to turn? So for the most part, they're all the same. They're all frequencies or they're all gain. And so depending on if, this track here is the guitar and this one is the drums and this one is the keyboard and this one is the backup singers, and then you can blend that and adjust it to what sounds best. So, producers, in my opinion, don't get enough credit for, when you're listening to a song you like, you'd be surprised how crappy that song might sound in a garage. But once it gets into a studio and a producer can properly mix it, they can make or break a song just in the mix. And that's why guys like, Deadmau5 and Skrillex do what they do. I was having that talk. A friend that's close over here by Studio B has a Twitch channel where he DJs, and I got to see his DJ setup, and it's really, really cool. And if you want to check him out on Twitch TV, DJ Big Red, you just type it as one word. If you just go to Google and type in Twitch space DJ Big Red, and you'll find this guy's got 2 turntables and a mixer with a sampling pad on it, and it makes light work out of mixing, not like the days when we used to mix. He can align beats per minute and everything with the push of a button, whereas before we used to have to slow the record down or speed it up to get it where we wanted, and he can emulate that for sure. But the computer can do it all for him. And even though you see records spinning, they're not real records. All the music's MP3s played off his laptop, which you can see the laptop when he's broadcasting. And I like his choice of music as well. So anyway, this is where I would have the mixer not the mixer. This is where I would have the equalizer if I was listening to rock and roll or pop music. For voice, I think I tend to want to stay a little bit more on the bass, because that makes me of a more manly man. I have a deep baritone voice, right? It doesn't sound like I'm insecure. Like, it sounds confident, right? And then on the treble side of it, I would probably, you still need some treble. If you drop the treble entirely, it doesn't sound right. It's just muffled. It's definitely not as good. PC, somebody in the chat contributes $2 says the MH752's noise canceling is great. I don't think there's any noise canceling that's occurring other than the gate and the compressor that I'm using. So what you're hearing now is basically all the treble turned down, and of course it's muffled, right? So the trick when you're equalizing is you want to find the tonality. You want to get that warm tone, and you have some control where we're not adjusting the pitch of my voice. I'm not making my voice higher or lower. What we're doing is we're adjusting the frequency response of which sounds are being, which frequencies are being amplified and which ones are being slightly muted. That's essentially the job of an equalizer. But then when you get into gates and compressors, that's where you start getting rid of hiss and noise canceling. Now, if those MH752s have noise canceling in them, that's got to go through the USB port as part of the DAC. They don't appear to be noise canceling headphones, so I'm not sure about that. Now, some folks are saying use RTX noise canceling. Yeah, of course we can do that. So this equalizer setting is pretty well sounding good to the way I like it. I've got the mixer, I've got the gate and the compressor completely off right now. Zero Core's got a picture of his EQ setting here. Let's see if we can take a look at it. Whoops. So on the picture of your EQ settings, it's very close. What I do is I take that far left fader and I would bring that down. So we go, if we're reading it like left to right, that first fader I would bring it down to where the third fader is, and then the one between them I would bring it up just a little tiny bit. And then the next three which sort of kind of come down to the middle. So the fourth one from the left would be a little lower than the one to its left. And then the fifth one from the left would then be right at the middle. And then the next one over will be approximately the same one if you skip again. So it sort of match with the one in the middle being a little lower. And then the one to the right of that would go up a little higher. And then the one to the right of that would go up a little bit higher near the top. And then the one next to that would be pretty much where you've got it, the last one on the right. But everybody's got their own preferences, you know, and again, it depends what kind of music you listen to, what kind of headphones, but it's not dissimilar. I don't like my bass all the way up like that. I find it, I think you've got the treble too low for me and you've got the bass too high, but that's just my preference. But it's very close, very close. Thank you for sharing it. And we've had some more contributions come in. Let me say thank you to, once again, Peter Laycock. Peter, if you're watching, thank you again for all of your support. I'm so glad to hear you're doing better and things are looking good. And yeah, I hope you and I will talk soon in the way that we have. Master Singleton contributes $2 Mike Cooler. Oh, okay. So they like the Cooler Master, the Sennheiser, the Philips, and then the Audio-Technica. Is that worst to best or best to worst? Travis Wright contributes $4.99. Says, thanks, Carrie, for all the content over the years, and to those of us that have followed you for many years, thanks for your passion. Hey, Travis, thank you so much. You know, it's good to have those reminders. Again, I get so used to defending myself. I feel like I'm just out here constantly defending myself. Let's make sure we all have moderators here for you folks that have contributed. And I think I got everybody. I hope. But I have to say, as far as comfort level goes, those Audio-Technicas were certainly more comfortable. Wait a minute. Are these the Audio-Technica? These are the Audio-Technicas. These are not as comfortable. What were the ones I just had on? Those Cooler Master ones. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm kind of confused now. The GoXLR completely changes the sound dynamics of the microphones. It's not doing jack squat for the output, which is fine, but a true mixer would. A true mixer would give me separate outputs. So for example, and I just want to, let's paint a picture. Let's say you're in a studio, like you've probably seen interviews with like Joe Rogan or whatever, and they have people sitting around a table, Howard Stern. This is typically how interviews are done. Howard Stern's actually in a different room, and Robin's in another room, and the producers are in another room, and this gives everybody very exclusive and quiet audio. That's very unusual because it's expensive. Usually, if you're watching a morning DJ show, they're usually all sitting around a table, and a guest will come in and take up a headset, and then there's usually a microphone that you pull down towards yourself, and everybody sits around and can hear each other. And then what you have to do is you have to have a mixer which can control the volume for each individual listener, because someone might say this is a little loud, but someone over here might say it's not loud enough. So you'll have faders to adjust the volume level going out to each set of headphones individually. So when I did the radio show, we didn't have a very big mixer, so we would have basically 3 volume outputs. One was the master volume going out to the studio, which was what we call the mix, and then we have basically a monitor and maybe a second monitor. I can't remember how we labeled it, but obviously the more microphones and headphones and guests you're going to have, the more you need individual. Some people have voices that project, some people are soft speakers, some people don't get close enough to the mic, some people try and eat the microphone, and it's the production manager's job to adjust everybody individually. Now you can imagine if you're all sitting around a table that all the audio when somebody's speaking is bleeding out into all the other microphones. So those microphones generally get tuned way down, so you got to get close to them. Otherwise you end up with this really strange tunnel effect which can occur. So it's a pretty complicated process. The good news is once you get it all figured out and you've adjusted all your feedbacks and things like that, it's pretty much just fine-tuning from any future guests. And then you can usually just mute somebody. If a guest leaves and there's nobody sitting there, you don't want a hot mic on, and you don't want the sound of the microphone, the sound of the headphones being picked up by any of the microphones. So again, the production manager can just hit a button. You see, I just muted myself on purpose. And then, of course, the production manager, there's usually an audio delay, so somebody decides they want to cuss and say, hey, why don't you go yourself? They can mute that within the 3 or 4, 7 seconds, whatever they have, to catch it before it goes out. Because there is no, well, the way I've got my YouTube configured, there's no delay, but I can add one. And if I add one, that's what that's for. If I have, if I'm having wild guests on my show that are unpredictable and I'm worried about family-friendly content or FCC rules, especially in over-the-air radio, that little button, that's a really important button because it can result in fines and all kinds of trouble. So on YouTube, not so much. It's nice to have. I like how they label the button with just a bunch of, it's an exclamation point, an @ symbol, a hashtag, a $, a question mark, and a quote, which I guess is the universal for just foul language. I don't know who decided the order of that. And of course you can customize the colors on the faders, which is just stupid. I kind of wish they'd do something, because it's all very static. It's all kind of stays like that. But I think at the end of this, well, here, let me tell you what. Let me switch back. Almost there. Hold on. Okay, so when this is all said and done, it kind of feels like any of these are going to do the job. I kind of feel like there's not a real big difference at all once you put the GoXLR in there. Now, GoXLR does make a bigger mixer, but I don't want a huge tabletop filled with a bunch of dials and faders and cables and of course, if I wanted to, I could grab my Heil PR40, which is a professional XLR desktop microphone that sits on a stand, plug it into the XLR input, and just, for the sake of comparison, try it. Because in theory, that should sound better than this lapel mic. Like, that should sound like, holy smokes. My friend Ewan Rankin over at the British Tech News Network said his voice with the PR40 sounded more chocolatey. I don't even know what that means. However, if you want your voice to sound chocolatey, apparently, the Heil PR40 is the chocolate microphone. All right, so that pretty much addresses all of that. And why don't you tell me what your favorite is and tell me why? Is it the way, which headset is your favorite? Is it the way it looks? Which one is the one, let's categorize it this way. Which headset do you think looks the most professional? Which headset do you think has the best sounding microphone through the GoXLR, obviously? And let's take a poll. John Jack Wilson with a $25 contribution says hello, and I hope that everyone is doing good and is safe from the COVID. Right on, John. Thank you so much. Or Jack, as he prefers to be called. Carrie, you could hook your lapel mic to the mixer. Absolutely, I could, but I don't want to. And the reason I don't want to is I'm going to have to wear headphones to do these interviews, or my guest, what's going to happen when the guest speaks, comes out of the speaker, goes into the microphone, and then it goes right back out to the guest, which goes back out through my speakers, which goes back in. So I have to wear headphones. So if I have to wear headphones, the problem with a desktop microphone is I have to lean into it, right? It's going to be down here, or I have to build a little bass up. I have to get sort of close to it. And I have to, if I turn my head at all, it's going to make a huge difference in the audio quality. So while it might be interesting just to hear the audio quality difference, the PR40 is the absolute best microphone I own. That is above and beyond the best microphone. That's what I used for the radio show, for broadcast radio, coast to coast radio. Not a battery operated mic where the batteries could die, right? That's one of the problems I have with these lapel mics. Now, I could do a wired lapel mic, but even those typically have a battery in them. Wouldn't need that because the GoXLR will make up for the gain
So I could maybe go on Amazon and find one, but we're back to a cheap microphone again. So because I'm wearing the headphones, that's really unsightly. Whether or not it's a lapel mic or a mic now attached to the headphones, it's the headphones I like to get rid of, right? So if I could do like a Bluetooth earpiece, like a newscaster where you don't see it, the problem with that, of course, we're back to batteries again and pairing, which there's usually audio delay and synchronization issues. And, you know, the day I want to record will be the day I realize I didn't charge the damn things because they always have some proprietary battery that's built in. You can't change the batteries on those. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to sort of go at this. I kind of feel like most of the time when I talk to a guest that's interviewing, they're going to wear something like this. So I feel like it's a little more appropriate when we're both wearing them. And I had bought, I believe the Cooler Master 752s are what I sent over to Steve Bass. So when I have Steve Bass on the show, which has been months, by the way, he's doing fine. I've just been so busy and buried in work, I have not had any opportunity to bring him back. But I was very impressed with how those Cooler Masters sounded. And all he did is plug them into the USB port, right? So I don't know why they sound so much better for him than they sound for me. But the GoXLR, that I'm so glad I bought this. Like of all the things we've tested so far, I feel like I could plug a piece of junk microphone and make it sound gold with this GoXLR. And I love that it was very budget oriented. I love that it runs off USB power. Let's not make light of that because most mixers you're going to have to plug into the wall, and that's another cable. It's more mess. And since it's plugging into USB anyway, and because it's so small, you know, obviously if it's a bigger mixer, it's going to draw more power. And it makes sense that USB just isn't able to deliver that much power. So this is the best of both worlds where we have a small mixer, which is way overkill, but maybe I can figure out something else to do with the other channels. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like if I had two people sitting at a desk that I was interviewing live, I would have no place to plug in their microphone. There's only one microphone input here. So that would require a bigger mixer, and that means we're probably not going to be able to go off USB power. So the convenience of this is we've got one cable going into the computer. I mean, technically I only need the one fader, but, you know, interestingly, it gives us the additional gain and with the software, with the equalizer, to clean up the audio. Now, there are plugins for OBS that allow me to emulate that through software. Remember, this is just a piece of hardware that any piece of software can emulate what's going on here. The problem is I'm going to be using StreamYard, so I won't be using OBS. And to use OBS and tie it into StreamYard is really going to make my life back to being complicated again. I want to just plug in directly to the mixer into the computer, get on StreamYard. And speaking of that, let's try that Logitech StreamCam, because this is a $2,500 camera I'm looking at you with. Let me grab that Stream camera. Now, what's cool about this is this little clip. This is the Stream Cam. And then this would go on the back of your laptop screen and kind of hooks on. And it clips on and it can clip off. And there's another one of these that clips on that's got a tripod. It's got a hole to screw it onto a tripod. So you could have one of those little desktop tripods or even a full-size professional tripod. The problem here is that it's a USB Type-C connector, which not a lot of computers have. I think does this have Type-C on it? Well, we have a Type-C right back here. All right, let me point this at you guys. This should be interesting. Stay. It doesn't want to look at you. And let's go back to OBS. And okay, so Logitech StreamCam is set up and ready to go. For the Logitech StreamCam, and again, the software. Remember how the software really helped on this GoXLR where I have the equalizer settings and everything else? Well, the stream cam without any software isn't that good. Let me show you. We're just going to go straight out of the cam like you would any other camera, any other webcam, and it's just not that impressive. So let's do video source, video capture device. Yeah, we'll type in Logitech. Click OK. And then we'll select all right, so this is what I'm seeing. Why is that picture so small? Let's go full screen on this. All right. You see I'm not 16 by 9. You see the black bars on each side of the screen? But overall, it's not terrible. But here's where the magic happens. If we... Oh, I didn't make it full screen for you. I made it full screen for me. My bad. Hold on. Let's go fit the screen. All right, so that right there is the 4:3 format. But this is a USB Type-C camera. You know it's going to be 16 by 9, right? So what we have to do is we've got to go to Logitech.com. I think it's //capture. I think that's what it is. And it says Lights Camera Capture, and it's a free download. We're going to download it for Windows 10, 64-bit. And this download is about 114 megabytes. It's not huge, it's not small, but it's certainly the fifth the size of an NVIDIA driver. And as soon as this installs, I'll tell you what, let me just show you this. Let's do this. Let's go. This is where it's cool. I'm going to put this right up here. All right, so as a camera, you can see the video quality compared to that $2,500 camera isn't, again, the 4:3 is the thing I noticed the most. The lighting is pretty good, it's okay. And as soon as the software is done downloading, I'm going to install it and we're going to run that and we're going to use that. And then we're going to turn the camera back on. And I want to show you how this camera becomes amazing and what makes it worth its $180, $170 price tag. First, let me get these headphones out of the way while we're waiting for the download. Now, the software is only going to work with certain Logitech web cameras. So don't think you can receive the benefits of this with some knockoff camera, because I'm pretty sure it won't work. Logitech gives this software to you at no additional charge. It's not in the box. You have to download it. And there's a little note that recommends you download the software. So now the Logitech Capture software is installed. And when I bring up the Logitech Capture software, I'm hit with a bunch of different features that I think you're going to find absolutely as fascinating as I have. So right now, you're probably not seeing much difference. It's getting me through some welcome screens here. Bear with me for a second, please. And maybe because the camera's in use, it's getting angry. So I'm going to turn the camera off and go back to, this is a $2,500 4K camera. I'm not broadcasting in 4K, but when I'm ready to, that camera's ready. This Logitech camera is not 4K. It's the Logitech Stream Cam is a 1080. This camera I'm looking at you at is a 4K Canon camcorder. But when I load up the Logitech software, this camera becomes really, really good in a number of different ways. And right now the software is loading. I'm not quite sure what its problem is. It may be because I've got OBS loading, and it may be thinking that the camera's in use. So I'm going to try unplugging the camera from the back just for a moment. Remember, you do have to have a USB Type-C connector on your computer, or you can get an adapter, but you definitely want to be using USB 3 if you want to do like 60 frames a second. So now the Logitech StreamCam software started. It says camera not available. That's good. So let me plug the camera back in. Again, that's going to go right there. With USB Type-C, you can plug the cable in either way. It's not like regular USB. Okay, here's where it gets magical. All right, this is cool. Why do you see this? All right. So right now you're just seeing me on the main camera. I haven't changed anything in the software yet. So I'm gonna go with priority will be exposure instead of frame rate. Let's bring that down a little bit. Audio I'm not worried about. We can turn image stabilization on, I guess. I don't know why you'd want to, but why not? We can do auto framing. We're gonna turn on auto framing, which is cool, and you'll see what that does in a minute. Autofocus, auto white balance, anti-flickering at 50 hertz or 60 hertz, chroma keys, meaning, green screen, and then there are advanced settings. Now, here's where this gets really magical. When I go to OBS now and I switch to this camera, check this out. Oh, it's an OBS setting. It's not the camera. Why we're still in 4:3. So I've got to go into OBS. And I've got to go to configure video, and then I've got to click. No, it's not there. It's somewhere here. Configure video, frames per second, resolution. Okay, there it is. And then I should be able to choose 1920 by 1080. And now if I go to this camera, oh, completely shut it off. That should work. I've done something wrong. I'm still working on it here. Give me just a second. Let's turn the camera back on. I'm not getting any properties. Yeah, it should be custom, and it should be 1920 by 1080. One other thing I gotta check. I got to use the Logi capture as my input. So watch now, this camera has no zoom lens on it, but as I move around, the camera will follow me digitally. If I come all the way over here, because I have auto framing turned on, if I come down here like this, it looks like the camera's moving, doesn't it? But the camera's not moving. It's a completely fixed camera. This is all happening digitally, which is pretty cool. Now here's what blows my mind. I want you to watch what happens here. I'm gonna turn the microphone, I'm gonna turn that camera off. I'm gonna go back to my main, this is my main, again, I wanna emphasize, this is a $2,500 camera. No, it's $2,500 on sale. It's a $3,000 camera. And it requires, like most cameras, a lot of light. And you see I have these big studio lights set up. I wanna turn the studio lights off, and I want you to see the picture without the lighting, because I want you to see how important the lighting is when you're dealing with this kind of equipment. It's not an option. You'll see. Imagine if I did this whole broadcast without these lights. Okay, so we're gonna turn all these lights down, and I'm even gonna turn the lights off in here. We're gonna turn off this light, this light, this light, and this light. Okay, so the blue that you're seeing is actually coming off the mixer. I think it's coming off the mixer. No, it's the blue background on the screen reflecting off the white wall. Now, are you ready to have your mind blown? Because I haven't seen the chat room in a few minutes. I want to see what's going on. Okay, so imagine if I did the whole broadcast like this. This room is so dark right now, you can actually see me better than I can see. But watch what happens when I switch over. All I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to the Logitech StreamCam. Now, the Logitech StreamCam, see how it's moving and it's following me? It has an auto exposure setting in the software. So if I go into the software and let's see, we go I should have auto exposure somewhere here. I'm trying to find it. Frame rate. Yeah, priority's got to be, oh, backlight correction. Let me turn backlight correction on. And image stabilization, you can turn that on. We'll turn on the auto framing, which is going to give us that zoom. Auto focus, auto white balance. I'm going to find it. It's in here somewhere. All right, let's see. All right, so right now you can see how dark this is, right? I mean, obviously I'm a silhouette. But with the software, it's in here somewhere. Text overlay, scene effects, frames per second. Can't find it. Still trying to find it. Basically, if I just turn, let me just turn one little light on. It doesn't take much. And this camera has some exposure compensation that absolutely blows me away, and it's not doing it right now. When I was playing with this on the laptop and the room was pretty dark, with this camera, it fixed all the lighting. It looked like I was really well lit, and I don't know if it was maybe the light coming off the laptop screen was having that effect. Stay with me for a minute. The video quality is going to get better in a moment. I just want to see if I'm missing a setting here, which I think I am. I don't know what I'm doing differently. This camera has this ability, and it's not doing it for me right now, to make the room look a lot better. So you can see it's still zooming in on me, right? And the camera's doing all these zooms digital. Again, the camera is fixed. There's no telephoto lens moving in or out. It's not making any sounds. This is all digital through the software that's doing that. And I was really hoping to show you that it was going to look like I was in a well-lit room, but it's not doing it. It's a live video, so of course everything will go wrong. Let me kick these lights back up. So now we're in, let's see if it auto-corrects on the lighting here at all. So again, it's still strangely not working well. I love that it follows me around. But look how important the lighting is in video, right? There is a setting here that I can't find, which I thought was focusing on the exposure, but it seems wherever that is, I'm not finding it anymore. There's an autofocus, auto white balance, image settings, brightness. It's not letting me adjust anything. Now, just to give you an idea for a comparison, if I stand back, if I get back away from it, you see how dark everything is. If I get up close to it, you'll see it's going to back away from me. Look how bright the wall starts to look. It's very strange. And then if we compare that right now to this expensive camera setup, let's go back to the expensive cameras. Actually, the expensive cameras look pretty good. This has gone completely the wrong way. So this is one set of lights. Now watch as the picture quality changes. I'm going to turn on lights 2, lights 3, lights 4, and finally lights 5. Okay. All right, I guess it's not that good. I swear I had this in the other room and I was like well lit, like there were lights. I was like, how's it doing that? And now it won't do it. But that was on a different computer and maybe there's a setting somewhere. But anyway, let's go back to the Logitech camera with proper lighting and it should automatically adjust the exposure compensation. Like right now, for some reason it seems stuck with a really low exposure and I'm not exactly sure why. This is definitely not working properly. So let me turn backlight correction on. Yeah, something's not right. Let me close out the Logitech Capture software. Okay, and then let me restart the Logitech Capture software. Wow, okay, we're gonna do this again. Now, all I did is stop and restart the software. And I think that's a pretty darn good image quality for a $200 camera compared to a $2,500 camera. I want to call it a $3,000 camera. So anyway, and then as I move around, as I mentioned, the camera is following me digitally, which I think is just the coolest thing ever. Now I'm over here. It's found me. It knows my face. It's the freakiest thing. And I can turn that off, by the way. I can go into the Logitech cam software and I can say, don't do that anymore. That's called frame rate limitation. Okay. That's called auto framing. If I turn auto framing off, see how gentle it is? So that's your framing. It is a webcam, so it's intended to be close. Now I'm curious, now that I've got this exposure going on, let me turn the lights back off because it seemed like it was really incredible. All right, so it's noticeably darker. Hold on. Let's turn those off. Now I'm on studio lights only right now. Let's turn off that studio light. All right, I'm on one light. I'm on one light right now. And look how brightly lit I am. Here's what's freaky. Let's go back to the $3,000 camera. And here's what the $3,000 camera looks like. Certainly a lot darker. And if I zoom in, the more you zoom a camera in, the more light it needs. Now, the minute I turn off this other light, it's probably going to look pitch black. So let's grab this other light. Let's turn this one off. So all we have is the light of the monitor. And of course, it's nighttime, it's dark outside. There's that blue tint that we got before. Maybe it's the blue tint that's causing, I don't know. Let's go back to the Logitech camera. And the Logitech camera seems to be carrying over. I think it's the blue. I honestly think that's what's happening. The blue is throwing it off. If we cut that with a yellow light, if I just turn on the lowest level light I've got, which is this one right here, that should make all the world. All of a sudden now, look at all the light I have. All right? So look at all this light. This is exactly what I was trying to make it do. This is the weirdest thing. The room I'm in is not this bright. So it's the blue. The blue reflecting off the wall was throwing off the exposure compensation. Now look at the $3,000 camera. Look at it. Look how dark this room is. Now look at the Logitech camera. All I'm doing is switching the cameras. This is a $200 webcam. This is a $3,000 4K camcorder. Now this is more true. right? What you're seeing is more accurate to the environment that I'm in. This is about the amount of light that I'm looking around and I'm looking at that you're seeing now. But what you see here is brighter than the room I'm in. And I don't know how this little camera is doing that. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. So this is the Logitech StreamCam, I think it's called. And I'll put a link both to the GoXLR Mini and this Logitech StreamCam in the video notes below this video. There will be Amazon links. These are Amazon links for US. If you're going to buy in the US, I make a small commission. If you use my Amazon link, I make a small commission off anything you purchase. Literally, if my link took you to Amazon and that resulted in any purchase at all, you don't pay any more. You don't pay any less. You pay exactly the same regardless, but I make a small commission which goes to the channel, and it goes to Mike Tech Show because Mike and I use the same one and we split it. So that's a great way to show support for stuff you're going to buy anyway. It also is a shortcut to the product, right? Because I'll have the Logitech StreamCam. This is, I think I paid $169.99 plus tax. The GoXLR Mini, I think it was like, I don't know, I don't remember how much it was. I have to look it up. But I'll add those links to the video notes as soon as this is over. But this lighting blows my mind. It doesn't make any logical sense how that's possible. And then when you combine that with the auto framing feature, which is off right now, let me turn auto framing on and watch it follow me without ever moving. The camera never moves. It just digitally follows me, and it's it's the coolest thing ever. So let me try that again, but let's do it now with the $3,000 camera, right? How's that working out for me? Anything? No, not so much. So I was really excited because there are some really negative reviews about this camera, and all I can think is that there's a lot of people who have no idea what they just bought. It's 2020. This camera's not 4K. Nobody wants to look at you in 4K. Trust me. Not only that, but the bandwidth required to transmit 4K, you probably don't have. And even if you do, because you're lucky enough to live in an area where that's available, the person that you're transmitting to on the other end of Zoom or Skype probably doesn't have a good enough connection. And Zoom and Skype, for example, are probably compressing the crap out of your 4K picture just so it's more manageable for their servers and their bandwidth because they're hosting a lot of other people talking. So in any event, that was the example I wanted right from the get-go. I just needed a little tiny light to get rid of that blue that was coming off of the wall. That blue was messing with this camera. And now it all makes sense, and I'm a lot happier now that it makes sense, because I was kind of embarrassed there for a minute when it didn't do what I thought it was going to do. But this goes to show you these videos are truly unscripted and live. I wasn't even, when I started this video, I didn't even know I was going to show you this camera. I know I wanted to talk about the headsets, and I knew that was going to lead to the GoXLR Mini. But my goal is to use this camera with that one of those headsets and this GoXLR Mini into a laptop, and that's with StreamYard how I'm going to do interviews from now on. And I think it's going to be a world of difference. And my inspiration from this, if you look at if you go to podnuts.com and look at some of the videos they have there, or look at MSP Unplugged and look at some of the videos they have, they're all using StreamYard with webcams and headsets, and I think it's much better quality than the interviews I had been doing with Skype and OBS. And this is so much easier, and I don't have any reconfiguration. It's going to make my life so much better. So this is more like a webcam interview style, close up. You got my face, I like if I move around that it, the thing follows me. If I stay for a second, it moves, and but it doesn't actually physically move. I don't know what to say about that. You've witnessed it firsthand. So now I'm going to go back to the $3,000 camera. The reason I'm calling it a $3,000 camera is because I paid $2,500 for it, and you can find it for $2,500. But you can also find it for $29.99, which is the manufacturer's suggested retail price. And just that difference between the $24.99 and the $3,000 could buy you two of these little Logitech web cameras and give you $100 and change left over. So yeah, I think that's really a good deal. And it's a very unusual shape. It feels like a real camera. It doesn't feel like a toy. And I appreciate that. Let's bring the lights back up. 1, 2, 3. 4. And 5 over here. Okay. Oh, wrong way. Gotta go this way. And now with this facing you, if you want to see what I see, it's, oh, just a ceiling fan. I got to turn the auto framing feature off because it's chopping the picture too much. Studio lights. Auto framing off. There we go. So that'll give you an idea of what I'm looking at when I'm talking to you guys. And then all those headsets are down there, all the boxes I just threw down. And then we can go back to the other camera right there. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. So I haven't been paying attention to the chat because I've been messing around with all this production stuff. So if you tried to reach out to me, or if you said something, you'll have to, I'm going to ask you to repeat it. And I need a drink. Jack says, so you're not in your kitchen. I'm in Studio B. This is another location. This is a different location. And I've got this location temporarily. What does temporarily mean? I don't know, days, weeks, months. Whatever they tell me to get out, I have to go. So everything that's here is portable and can be hauled out very quickly. Unless, I did put a contract proposal in to rent this space for 24 months. And it's tied up in lawyers. So whenever they get around to it, they're gonna say yes or no. And then based on that, we'll determine if I gotta find Studio C and shut down Studio B. Until then, just so you know, I'm making the best out of this space while I've got it. I had to buy this table. This is on wheels. You notice those big lights are on wheels, the monitor's on wheels. Everything can be wheeled out of here. I can't make any modifications or changes to this property that are permanent. You know, I don't want to be putting holes in the walls or painting any walls or anything like that. So everything I'm doing is very non-committal, and I have to be able to get in and get out. And if I have to get out, then I'm going to need another studio location, and I'm going to need lights. I'm going to need the monitor stand, all of that stuff. So I have a lot of anxiety about that right now, and I'm doing the best I can to just take advantage. I never know what tomorrow's going to hold. I could literally get a phone call at any time that says I have to get out. On the other hand, that call could not come for months. So this property's already been vacant for 2 years. 2 years this February. Is it February? We're minutes away from February here in Arizona. And it was only supposed to be vacant for a couple of months. The fact that it's been 2 years is really upsetting the people responsible for the bills. However, this house cannot be, this is a house, it can't be sold or rented because the owner's belongings are still in the house and the owner's 2,000 miles away. So it's going to cost somebody some money to come out and deal with that in order to make this house available for rent or sale. And my proposal was basically, I don't need this whole house, I just need a studio. And if you want, you can leave all your stuff here. You don't have to move it. You don't have to pay for storage. You don't need to pay for a property manager. You don't have to pay to fix anything. And I'll make it nicer as I'm staying here. I'll put in like a new refrigerator, a new stove. I'll make it so it's a nicer place for me to be. In exchange, I want to be here at least 24, well, not at least. I want to be here 24 months with a fixed monthly rate that is taking into account that you're not paying a couple $100 a month for storage, for your junk, your stuff, and you're not paying for a property manager for a rental. I will be the property manager, and I will put money into this place, and I will give you a virtual tour with Facebook or whatever you want anytime you want to walk through the house to ensure that it's being well maintained and taken care of. and I'm only going to increase the value of the house, and I think it's best for me, it's best for them. Unfortunately, lawyers don't really care about what's best for anybody. They just look at what's, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but they want to sell the place or rent it, but they also don't want to spend any money to get it ready to rent or sell. And then they think it should be rented or sold for the amount of money that other homes in the area are selling for. But this house is severely neglected. And you can't say that, that all these homes that have been well maintained are worth the same amount as this house, which has not been maintained well. So they may need to get an appraiser in here and actually determine that. But if they just agree to my deal, we're done. Nobody has to move, nobody has to leave, nobody has to lift a finger. We just sign a contract, it's done. I put that offer in December. So we're already at the end of January and I've heard nothing, and I don't want to complain. I'm just gonna lay low and continue to look after the place. And in the meantime, still struggling, obviously, with the internet. If you saw the beginning of the stream, it's still a bit of a challenge to get a good internet connection. But I'm trying to find a deal that works for all of us. This place is about a half an hour from my house. So if I forget a screwdriver, it's an hour just in the car. Half an hour there, half an hour back. It's not close to my house. But it's a much nicer neighborhood. You're not going to hear any drive-by shootings. You don't hear planes. You don't hear cars. It's on a very small little road that doesn't go through. So pretty much you don't get drive-through traffic at all. The loudest thing you're going to hear is the garbage truck once a week. You know, it's a very quiet, well-established neighborhood. And what amused me was when talking with one of the neighbors, they said all the neighbors were talking about me because they'd seen this house vacant with pretty much the grass growing crazy, and it just appeared to be like an abandoned house. And then they're starting to see me here, and they're seeing the car in the driveway. And apparently the neighborhood has a little messenger group that they all talk to each other. And if my initial response was, you know, okay, so you're talking about me, all you have to do is come knock on the door if you have a question, you know. But on the other hand, I thought, you know, in the neighborhood I live in, people don't talk to each other, like ever. You might say hello to your neighbor, maybe, but I don't know the neighbor's name. And even if I do, the neighbor moves away in a couple of years anyway, and another neighbor comes in. Everybody on my house has changed. Everybody on my block that my house is has changed ownership at least 2 to 3 times on every house. Nobody has been there as long as I have, and I only moved in there in 2008. So here, on the other hand, families have been here for a long time. There's kids playing in the street. They play outside like it's the 90s. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. They have a little book library that somebody put up next to them, like in their front yard. It says, take a book, leave a book. It's just for the neighborhood, just random books people have here, just for the community. Everybody waves when I drive my car. They wave at me like they know me. It's the weirdest thing. I like it here. I don't like this house. This house is a 1970s build, and it's got that, in Arizona in the 1970s, oh, these houses were not made well. It's got a lot of problems, but I really love the neighborhood. And if I can get the agreement for the rental, then I can get the utilities in my name. And if I can get the utilities in my name, I can fix the internet issue. In the meantime, I thought I had a fix, but it's not working well right now. And I'm back on my hotspot. And I'm hoping to figure out whatever this issue is. In fact, you know what? Let's try my internet connection to see if it's any better right now. I'm going to take it off the hotspot, and I'm going to switch over. So there's going to be a disconnect and a reconnect, but hopefully I shouldn't lose the stream. Hang in there for a minute. Let's see what happens. I'm going to disconnect off of this network. Now I'm back on the other network, which was not working earlier. Oh, it's still giving me trouble. God, that's weird. I wonder if it's my Wi-Fi adapter. Maybe a Wi-Fi adapter problem. So you can see it's a little shaky. So I'm getting closer to fixing it, but not quite there yet. Actually, the stream looks pretty good right now. Well, now it just bottomed out again. It's going up and down, up and down. Not right. I'm not quite sure why it should be perfect. So I got to work on it. That's the bottom line. I'm going to switch back over to the other connection. All right, now I should be reconnected to where I was before. I think I'm having a Wi-Fi adapter problem. I think it's that adapter, because my signal is great. I can't put a Wi-Fi adapter internally in here because I've got the RTX 2080 Ti. Come on, connect me. Connect me. Come on. You can do it. I think we're back. Okay. So anyway, what I'm saying is, I think it's a Wi-Fi adapter problem. You know, most of the time when you're trying to extend a Wi-Fi signal, it's not usually the adapter that you need to worry about. It's your router. When I see people spending more money for more expensive Wi-Fi adapters because their signal's too weak or too slow, I just shake my head and I think, oh, they're wasting their money. In most cases, when you're having a weak Wi-Fi situation, you have to fix it at the router. And if you want to fix it at the router, you want to spend above $250. From $250 and over, you're going to get a really good router that's probably going to solve whatever Wi-Fi problem you've got, including getting like a mesh router. So I'm in that process right now of trying to get a signal into this house where I thought I solved it, but I'm having some trouble getting that signal into the computer. So I might be switching out the streaming computer yet again for something that's got more slots, right? So the little mini ITX Ncase M1, I was streaming from that, but it's only got one slot. So I couldn't use a graphics card. I had to use a capture card. That's all I could use. And then I was using built-in video on the Ryzen chip that's in there. So I said, let me get my streaming build up and running, which is what this is. And it's got the capture card and the graphics card. And I thought the motherboard had Wi-Fi in it, but it doesn't. So I may be going to a third machine, or I could try another USB Wi-Fi adapter, but I didn't know that this was going to be the situation in the studio. So when I designed this, I didn't want to stream off Wi-Fi. I would prefer to stream with a hard line. But until I can get the utilities in my name and change the internet, none of the utilities can be changed whatsoever. The fact that there's even power on here at all is only because this property has a pool. And that pool would be murky and green and probably needing to be drained and who knows what damage. So they have to keep the pool running. They also wanted to keep an eye on the house, so they got security cameras and alarm systems around here so they can watch it from afar. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do if they see somebody breaking in. You know, they're thousands of miles away. But I guess they'll have video of it. So they kept the internet on for that reason. But they bought the lowest tier of internet there is, which is 10 down and 1 up. I need about 5 or 6 up, preferably 8, just to give me a little headroom. And I thought I had this resolved, but I'm apparently, and once again, why I'm on late at night is to test it without, you know, a huge audience making me look like a fool. Not that I can help that. Is the Wi-Fi adapter plugged into USB 2 or USB 3? TJ Hagan wants to know. It's USB 3 because I want the best performance possible. I can't get the throughput that I need on USB 2, or rather that I want. And I've never had a problem with USB 3. So I'm not sure what's happening there. It's I'm sure it's a Wi-Fi adapter issue. I suspect I can pull that adapter and use the $20 adapter I showed you guys, which I have back here. All right, so we're going to lose the stream again for a minute. Hang in there with me. I'm going to take this $20 adapter and I'm going to plug it in where this $100 adapter is, which is hot. I'm going to unplug it. As soon as I unplug it, I'm going to lose the connection, but hopefully disconcerting. Okay, now it says I'm reconnected. Let's see if my signal's any better with a different Wi-Fi adapter, because this doesn't make any sense to me. Now, this should be perfect. It's really struggling. Yeah. Something ain't right. I don't know what, but something ain't right. And it's still not good. Absolutely one of the most maddening. It's absolutely maddening. And then of course the hotspot looks good. Let me just try one more. This is going to drive you guys crazy, but let's try one more thing here. Okay, I hope I didn't lose the feed. Ideally, again, I'm struggling, as you can see. This is the frustration I have with trying to get an internet connection in here. And this is why you're not seeing a lot of content from me. So, you know, I'm doing the best I can under the circumstances. However, it is very, very challenging to work with what feels like one hand tied behind my back. As a result, the amount of content that I'm able to release has been significantly reduced because of these issues. So I'm going to have to work on this because everything that I've been testing has shown that the Wi-Fi signal that I got in here was ideal, more than ideal, 4 times what I really need. And yet, when I go to use it, I'm having a problem. So I don't know what it is. But again, it's really impacting how much content I can release. And as a result, I can't let jobs sit and wait until I have a connection, because what's happened is I've gotten so backed up in work and I'm having to bring tools and equipment over here as I need it. And in other cases, I don't want to bring some tools and equipment and I have to order duplicates. So I've got 2 screwdrivers, you know, that are my Milwaukees. You know, I've been duplicating a lot of things, cheap stuff, wire cutters and screwdrivers and all that stuff has been duplicated. And then there's things like, you know, I need the nitrile gloves and thermal compound, and I can't take it from one location, bring it here, then I won't have it over there. So basically I got 2 studios with 2 cameras and 2 sets of lights and 2 screwdrivers, and everything's duplicated, essentially, is what I'm getting at. And then I forget about something that I need and it stops the whole project because, you know, I'm not going to go to the store and buy it amidst a pandemic. I'll go online, order it on Amazon, I'll have it in a couple days. Or I've got plenty at my house and I'll just pick up some extra and bring it over here. But it's a half an hour there, a half an hour back. So if I'm going to do that, I'm going to make a list of all the things I need to bring. And then some of the things I brought earlier I don't need, I take back. Because again, if I'm called and told I got to get out, I don't want to have a bunch of stuff to pack up. I want to be able to load up and get out of here quick. So that's my situation right now. This is my frustration. And until I hear back from the owner, I'm sort of stuck in limbo, and I'm doing the best I can. And I appreciate all of your patience. I honestly thought I had the internet problem solved, but clearly there's more work ahead. So I'm trying to solve the problem with the interviews and the headsets and the microphones and the, you know, using StreamYard. And none of that does me any good if I can't get a good solid connection to the internet. I looked at studio spaces. I looked into, I should say. Nobody wants to rent me a studio. When I tell them the conditions that I need absolute quiet from neighboring tenants, they can't guarantee that to me but they want me to sign a 36-month lease. Like, I'm not signing a 36-month lease if I can't use the property because you got a fabricator moving in running machinery, or an auto mechanic running power tools, or somebody's blaring their music in a shop that's bleeding through the walls. I can't do that. And it's got to be in a nice neighborhood. I don't want to leave $20,000 worth of equipment overnight in a bad neighborhood. So that automatically is going to raise my price. And I need 24/7 access so I can broadcast like I am now at 12:15 at night. So they're like, well, sounds like you really need an apartment. I'm like, no, an apartment's not going to work. People are going to see me coming and going with equipment. There's no in most apartments I've seen, you don't have your own parking. It's like a big open lot, and you got a dumpster you got to throw your trash out in. You got to go up and downstairs. You might have neighbors that are loud above you, or neighbors come and go. You might have quiet neighbors one month and then really loud neighbors with yelling kids the next, or a couple that fights all the time. I can't have that bleeding over into my microphones. Well, then you need a house. Well, the problem with the housing market in Phoenix is if you put a house up for sale in Phoenix right now, you can sell it by the end of the day with multiple offers to pick from. There's a significant housing shortage, and as a result, it is a seller's market. So, to give you an idea, a house that sold for $325,000 4 years ago is over $500,000 today. Same house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, pool, nothing special, over $500,000 for a 1970s built 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. You got to be out of your mind. If I'm buying a $500,000 house, it better have a lakefront property, is all I'm saying. So I am hitting walls every single way I turn. I keep running into walls. When I talk to real estate agents about commercial properties, because the space I need is about 1,000 square feet or smaller, they're just not interested in helping me. Like if I tell them, here's where I want to be, they'll be happy to have me sign the contracts. But if I ask them, find me someplace that you have available, they can't be bothered. Honestly, they're just honest. Even during a pandemic, it's not enough money. They don't care. That's the impression I get. They honestly don't care. Then you have all these retail spaces that are all closed up because of the pandemic in these strip malls. And they have signs on the windows, for sale or lease. No, they're for lease. So I call them and I go, look, I understand that you want retail in these shopping centers. And I'm not a retail business. I'm not even a public business. I need a studio, so I would probably black out the windows and keep the doors locked. But you'd have a tenant that would be paying rent. They don't return my calls. They'd rather have the building vacant than... I guess it's a disservice to other tenants. If you're in a strip mall that has, let's say, a Walmart in it, that's what we call an anchor store. And so when people go to Walmart, they'll see your business, your little mom and pop shop next to the Walmart, and it draws traffic in. If you black out the windows and say this is a private entity, when it's zoned for commercial, it may be a legal issue, but more importantly, it's going to upset the other tenants because you're not bringing business into the strip mall, to the shopping center. So on the commercial side, I'm screwed. On the retail side, it's just absolutely not going to happen. On the housing side, it's way too much money, and for an apartment, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work in an apartment. So there's condos and things like that, but you're still sharing a wall. And if you have a loud neighbor, even if you don't have a loud neighbor when you move in, you could have a loud neighbor later. And these microphones are going to pick everything up. I'm broadcasting live. That'd be a hell of a reason to get a YouTube channel banned over something I had no control over. So, on top of all that, I got a business to run. I got computers to build. Customers that I have rely on me for their support, to keep their machines up and running, to keep their backups up to date. And I'm trying to run a YouTube channel, and I'm just stuck. So that's why you're not seeing a lot of videos from me right now. It's absolutely nothing I can do. I mean, if anybody's got any ideas on how to resolve it, please leave your ideas in the comments below this video after it's live. If there's something I'm not thinking of, there are studios you can rent, but the problem with renting a studio is it's usually hourly, and I don't have any employees, so that would mean I'd have to load all my equipment up by myself, haul it to the studio, and as soon as I arrive, whenever that hourly rate starts, I have to unload and set up all the equipment, the lights, the camera, the microphones, the computers, the tools, the parts, get it configured on YouTube. And I'm already in it a couple hours. I haven't even started yet. And as soon as I'm done, I got to wrap it all up, haul it back home. So it would cost me it would probably cost me over $1,000 a day. And that's if I did it all myself. If I hired a helper or two to help load equipment and configure equipment, that would reduce my studio time, but it would increase my employee labor cost. So we're right back to where I started from. I'm just spinning in circles, trying to get this solved. I got nothing. My idea of moving to Michigan and having a studio in the basement of a house, there's no housing crisis in Michigan. It's a lot cheaper to live there. Studio in a basement would be perfect as long as it's a good basement that doesn't leak or doesn't flood. That would be a bad day. But the whole basement could be mine, the entire basement, which has good audio acoustics. It's quiet. There's not going to be any noise. And then I just go upstairs and I'm home. You know what I mean? Work to home is a flight of stairs. That is the only solution I can find right now. So in the meantime, I'm going to work on broadcasting here at Studio B, also back at Studio A. Maybe once a week I'll get back over there to film in the traditional kitchen with the boys, the dogs. And then for the most part, film here as much as I can. As soon as I can get this internet issue resolved, I've obviously resolved the lighting and the audio problems, as you've witnessed tonight. The internet, some days it's good and some days it's bad. I got to work on it. But I don't want to put too much time and money into it, because you know Murphy's Law. As soon as I get it figured out, I'm going to get that call that says you got to go. So I'm delicately walking this fine line where I'm not putting in too much money, too much time, or too much commitment when I'm not getting a commitment back. Also, YouTube, boy, they can be difficult. YouTube can overreact to things or misjudge things. And then I've in the history of this channel, I have fought with YouTube 4 times over false allegations that YouTube responded to in an overly aggressive way that had a serious impact on my channel's ability to create revenue. And the last issue I had with them took over 2 months to resolve. And once they resolved it, once they finally, they didn't admit what they did was wrong, but what they did is they undid everything they did to punish me and said, congratulations, upon further review, we've put everything back the way it was. Instead of saying, hey, we screwed up, we cost you a lot of money, we caused you a lot of stress, let's put it back and let's give you back the money you would have made had we not created this. They don't do that. They think they're doing you a favor. So knowing that the rug can be pulled out at me from my ally at YouTube, they're not my adversary, they're my ally, that I've been doing this since 2008, and yet they will just pull a trigger as though you're, I don't know, you're their enemy, like you're somebody to create trouble without any consideration for the amount of years or the number of videos you have. It's their terrible AI that's causing all of these problems. And then you've got to get through that and get to a human being, and then you've got to get to the right human being on the right department. And then they have to talk to another department, and they have to get back to you after what the other department says. And then when it's all said and done, they never take any blame. They just undo the damage they caused. And I'm not supposed to be demoralized. I'm just supposed to turn around and put a whole bunch more time and effort and money into something YouTube can just steal from me. So I'm really struggling right now to find a balance where things get easier. Easier in the sense of the studio, easier in the sense of the camera, the headset, the interviews, everything. I just want it easier so that it doesn't sting as much the next time they try and pull the carpet out. In fact, I'm working on trying to get a personal liaison at YouTube who will be at my defense in the future, so that I don't have to keep repeating over and over and over again, that I will have somebody at YouTube where I say, okay, you know who I am, you've seen my history, this is going to happen again, and when it comes again, I want your direct line, and I want you to immediately prioritize and fix it. That hasn't happened yet, but it's in the works. I put an application in to have a personal liaison at YouTube, because I shouldn't have, if I'm fighting with a portion of viewers who are just jerks, I shouldn't have to fight with YouTube, who's making a lot of money from me. And the fact that I do, and then they screw up and they don't accept any blame and they don't compensate me for all the damages they caused, when you combine all of this together, put yourself in my shoes right now, This is why you have not been seeing a lot of content. Now, when you add on the fact that there's a pandemic and you add on to the fact that everybody's buying up computers and you can't get parts, you try and find a graphics card. Good luck. It has created a extraordinarily stressful and high anxiety situation that it presents a challenge. And I'm not a quitter, and I'm not going to give up, and I'm never going to give up this YouTube channel until I'm dead, regardless of what YouTube likes. However, I am frustrated. I'm running out of ideas, and I'm hoping that something will fall in my lap, in the sense that maybe the pandemic goes away, maybe somebody's got a house available for sale, or a room that would be an ideal studio. They're making, where I don't have to rent a whole house. Or, I'm hoping that if I buy myself enough time, this will somehow resolve without any effort on my part. Because it's like the harder I push it, the more it pushes me back. So maybe I have to learn how to flow with it instead of against it. Instead of trying to make something happen, maybe I need an attitude adjustment. I need to relax, just reduce the number of videos for a while until things calm back down, people come back to seeing reason, and then everything starts to become easier again. Because I am fighting tooth and nail for everything right now. Whether it's the space, the internet, my channel, I'm starting to fray. So, it doesn't do me any good to conquer these beasts only to have to recuperate for 6 months afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So I'm at a point that the only thing I can do is restrict the number of videos I'm making so that my investment is not in such a position that YouTube can cause that kind of damage to me again. And to put myself in a place where the expense of making the videos is significantly reduced. So once again, if YouTube were to pull another stunt that they've already done 4 times, I'm sure they're going to do it again. And when they come after me again and attack me like they've done in the past, I want to make sure that I'm in a position where I can pivot very quickly without, basically, it knocked me flat on my back and knocked the wind out of me, and I was out cold. And I'm saying that figuratively. The amount of psychological damage, what's the word? I was demoralized. And now when you combine it with how much work it is just to try and get a video out, I'm still recovering from that. Mentally, I just don't trust YouTube anymore. I feel like they're gonna hit me again. And I want to be ready. I don't want to get hit in the back of the head with a 2x4 and knock me cold on my feet, and I'm unconscious for days going, where am I and what happened? I don't want to give YouTube that ability ever again. So I have to limit what my investments are in order to ensure that when they do it again, it's not a question of if, it's when YouTube does this to me again, I need to make sure I'm in a position to pivot very quickly and stay on my feet at all times. I can't let them take me out like that ever again. That is the worst blow that I have received. Each time I've fought with YouTube, they come back the next time and it's worse. And I didn't realize that until this last time. And then when I demand a review and I demand evidence, they're unable to provide it. And so they go, oh, congratulations. We've reversed the decision. What, you mean you're sorry and you screwed up? Is that what you mean when you said congratulations? Well, it wasn't me. I just work in the department. I didn't do anything. They won't. They're so non-committal. They're so non-apologetic. They just don't care. So, knowing that, I have to adjust so that I don't make myself vulnerable to that ever again. It's bad enough I got to deal with jerks on the internet, but when my partner that's making a lot of money from me basically knocks me out cold on my feet without me being warned or anything, the trust is gone, and I don't know if the trust will ever come back again. But right now, I'm still recovering from it. I'm still really upset by it, and I'm still very leery of YouTube. So I'm still working on resolving this. If YouTube doesn't attack me again for another 12 months, hopefully bygones will be bygones and all the PTSD will be gone. But right now I'm looking over my shoulder constantly at YouTube, just waiting for them to strike again, and I'm ready to strike back. And so I'm keeping all the evidence of everything I do at all times, so that as soon as it happens, I want to contact. I'm going to make sure that everything is laid out right away, that there's not all the mass miscommunication that occurred to take a 15-minute problem into a 2-month problem. And if necessary, to move to a different platform like Rumble. I've got a channel on Rumble. I've got a channel on a couple other sites. YouTube is like the second most visited site on the internet. And until somebody like Jeff Bezos maybe, or Microsoft comes out with a competitor to YouTube, we're stuck. We have nowhere else to go other than a smaller platform where you would have to intentionally go to look for me versus just stumbling on my videos, which is what YouTube provides. But if I'm not doing anything to break any rules and they're punishing me, and then it takes them 2 months to realize that they screwed up, and then they won't even say they're sorry, the very least they could admit they screwed up. But they say, congratulations, we reviewed your channel and we decided to put it back the way it was. So in other words, you realize you made a mistake and I never did anything wrong, and you just cost me a lot of money, and during a pandemic, no less. Yeah. So when you want to wonder why you're not seeing as much content from me, don't think for a minute that I don't have content that I want to put out. I'm trying to put it out. I'm trying. I need a studio. I need an internet connection that's reliable. It's got to be quiet. I've got to have access to it day and night, and it's got to be secure. It can't be in a really bad part of town where somebody's going to break in and steal everything. I can't afford to buy all this stuff again. And then when YouTube comes at me and attacks me just out of the blue for no apparent reason, never saw it coming, it was a lot of obstacles to face. Well, I'm trying to run a business and help customers in the real world. This is not what I thought I was taking on. I have police involved with a cyber stalker that has been harassing me, and I'm about to file an injunction if it continues. None of this would be happening without YouTube. So now I have not only have to defend myself against YouTube themselves, but now I have some psychotic, crazed lunatic who is obsessed with causing me grief, and I don't even know who they are. I've never sold them anything. I've never taken anything from them. I've never said anything about them, and they're relentless and don't stop. And I have to get the police now involved. So how would you feel if you were me? What would you do if you were me? The fact that I'm still standing is a testament to how stubborn I am. And rest assured, this YouTube channel is staying no matter what. But do understand that the reason that there's been less content is all of the things I've talked about. And I'm not asking for your sympathy. What I am asking for is your patience and your understanding. And if you have any ideas that can help me, I'm at my wit's end on all of it. So I'm very open to creative ideas that might work, because I've just about, at this point, until I hear back from the people that own this house, I'm stuck. I am absolutely stuck. And if they say I got to get out, I got the original studio, which I can maybe film at once a week. That's it. That's it. Until I find somewhere else. So on the one hand, it'll be good if they call me and tell me, but if the news isn't good, it'll be bad. It'll be a bad situation for me. It'll make this situation's bad, but if they tell me I got to get out, this situation will be worse. So I should be grateful I have at least this. So I wanted to share that with you. So I want you to understand that I didn't ask for this to happen. And it's just it's sort of a perfect storm. Well, the pandemic is not directly related. It plays into it. That's why I'm not able to get back to the other studio as much. And it's wreaked havoc with my ability to service customers in the way I normally would. It's wreaked havoc in my ability to get things like power supplies and graphics cards for my customers. It's set delays in everything I do. Everything I do is now so far backed up, it's embarrassing. I have over 17 builds to do. I have a contractual obligation, which I faltered on, that I now have to deal with. And if in the next 2 years you see this hairline go completely away, it all started last year. That's what's causing. I'll be shaving my head because there won't be any hair left. It's just all gonna fall out, and it'll be, well, we know what caused it. We saw it happen. So what else can you do but laugh, right? Anyway, we're just about, what, 4 hours, a little over 4 hours in the broadcast. And I hope you can appreciate my challenges and the obstacles and what I have to overcome to get this content made for my community. And I will figure it out. It's just going to take some time. In the meantime, you guys need to stay safe, take care of each other, and we'll try to get more videos out. I won't be back to, like 4 or 5 videos a week isn't going to happen anytime soon. But I'd like to get 2 or 3 videos. I'd like to get at least 2 a week. If I can do that, that'll be a step in the right direction. And we'll see what tomorrow holds. I just don't know. What is your name on Rumble? It's the same name. It's my name, Kerry Holzman. It's probably just one word, no space. So I hope that you guys can appreciate what you have probably no idea is going on behind the scenes. And nothing really worth doing is really easy. You know what I mean? Like, when I conquer this, I'm going to feel great about it. But when you're in the middle of one of these challenges, it's easy to say, it's not worth it, and give up. That's not in me. That's just not in me. I will die before I give up. So when you're not seeing videos from me, then that means I'm facing some challenges. And there's really nothing you can do to help other than just be understanding and not harass me like, hey, you're going to post a video today? You're going to post a video today? What about today? You guys do that to me so much. It's like, oh my gosh. I'm trying to get other work done, and I understand you guys care, and it means a lot that you care, but you don't understand you're adding to my burden when you do that. Just know that there's some challenge I'm facing, and I'm working on it. And the worst possible time for you to reach out is when I can't make a video. It's because I'm buried in something or I'm facing some kind of challenge. And the last thing I need is more people piling on. So I know that's not your intent, but that's what ends up happening. And then can I get a break? Can I get somebody who's not asking something of me, but offering something? It sounds terrible, but it's like, for a while, sometimes it just feels like everybody wants a piece of me and nobody wants to give me anything. Or not, when I say give me, I mean like help, like offer a solution. And I will say, Mitch Morrison has been an absolute shining star throughout all of this, because there was a time where I was explaining to Mitch some of the difficulties that I was having, and I didn't want to drag him into it, and he volunteered himself into it. And nobody else I know did that. Not a single other person that I know offered to put themselves in that position at their expense, because they believed in me, and he believed in me, and he knew that no matter what, over time, I was going to make up for that. And that meant so much to me. I can't even put it into words because I was really feeling alone. And here comes, Mitch going, no, it's fine. I like working with you. Don't worry about it. We'll figure out something, we'll make it work. It's like, really? He's like, yeah, no problem. So that has been, enlightening, because sometimes you really don't know who your friends truly are until you kind of, hit a situation and then people scurry. But the people that stand there and help you back up on your feet, those are your friends right there. And there have been several of you, by the way, Jack Wilson, Peter Laycock, Michael Powell, who have been very supportive and contributing to the channel despite the lack of content. And it's because of them that I was even able to consider a studio space. However, it turns out that having a studio space is it's not a financial problem in the sense of a couple $1,000s a month. It's a financial problem in the sense of like $10,000 a month. Like, it's so over and above the scale of what I'm doing that it's just not in the picture. It's not in the cards. It doesn't make any sense. I don't need a studio that big, and I'm not going to pay that kind of money, for an overpriced warehouse that's, I only need, less than 1,000 square feet. So this space here is probably, 800 square feet, maybe, and it's more than enough. So in any event, while you listen to me complain, let me also acknowledge that I have not been alone throughout this. And those people that have helped, and specifically, Mitch Morrison, who could be here in person in real life to assist me, was a big morale boost, huge morale boost for me. Because now it wasn't just about me anymore. Now it was about, I had responsibilities with Mitch, right? We got a video to do, Mitch. So we're going to figure this out because, he's here. I got to take advantage of it. I'm not going to just chit chat and say, well, have a good day, bye. We're going to make a video if he's here. And so that kind of gets me off from feeling sorry for myself and frustrated and angry and onto the immediate moment now to take advantage of his time. And the only reason you haven't seen Mitch back is because I haven't had time to do anything. He has offered, and I politely declined it because I didn't want to be obligated in that way to him. When he's here, I want to take advantage of it, and I don't want to have my mind on other things. So he'll be back. We'll be doing another build again, just as soon as I can isolate some other higher priority issues. And he's a super guy. I really like him a lot. All of you guys, all of my friends in blue, again, you guys have really eliminated the issue with the bots and the bullies in the chat room. That's not even an issue anymore. Now I'm just dealing with some jerks in the comment section, and most of them have gone. And then, of course, YouTube, when they attack, it's always surprising and brutal, and they always undo it. But it's very demoralizing. And I just have no confidence that I can trust them anymore. But I am working to get a personal liaison at YouTube, and I'm going to have this discussion with them and explain what's happened and see if they can reassure me and make me feel any better, or if there's anything we can do differently so that they don't do this again, or if something like this were to happen, that we have a contingency process to execute and ready to roll, so that I'm not struggling to find contact information for a human being, which again takes hours out of my day and no work is getting done. Trying to fix a problem I didn't create, I didn't deserve, and then I won't get compensated for anything once it's back up and running. Once I'm able to fix their mistake, that's the best you can hope for, and everything else you write off as a financial loss in time and money. And in that case, it was over 2 months. Yeah. So it's not all about money, but I gotta have a studio, I gotta have an internet. Last I checked, nobody's offering that for free. Okay, I think I'm done. I'm all talked out. So I appreciate you guys joining me during this weird broadcast today. And I hope that when you see other people saying anything or starting any rumors about why there's not as much content, you be sure to correct them. You let them know that I am working alone, operating 2 different businesses in 2 different homes, and trying my best to work during a pandemic with what feels like one of my arms tied behind my back. So it's temporary, and I'm working to resolve it. And once again, if there's some angle I'm not looking at or something I'm not considering, throw your ideas in the comments. I'm tired of running into walls. I'm just sort of like, I'm just going to kick back a little bit and see what comes my way and stop chasing things because I'm tired. In any event, again, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for joining me on this late night stream. I don't know that I'm going to keep this end piece in. I might take this video down and just do the headset and the mixer part. So if you have the link that was your alert for notifications, then you'll be able to come back and watch this video, but I think I'll keep it unlisted. And then I might just edit out, like I say, the tail piece of this, and then post the headset review as its own thing with all the internet problems taken out and this whole discussion taken out, because that's really not for everybody. So in the meantime, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night, get some rest, and appreciate hanging out with you, or you guys hanging out with me. And I will see you guys here as soon as I can get back to another live video. I gotta figure out what's going on with this internet here. Thought I had this solved, gosh darn it. Again, I might be replacing the streaming computer yet again. So, okay, well, that's it. Hope you have a good night. Let me find my outro and get out of here. Yeah, we'll just do the quick outro. Hey, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.